and not the debtors. They simply essentially went to these Wall Street banks that created that crisis, and they said, we're going to expand your credit lines. We're going to change all the laws. We're going to expand your credit lines, give you 100 times more credit, and just keep doing what you're doing. So they did that for 12 years, and they brought us now to this new crisis. And except it's much bigger. And this is now, unlike that time, there's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the escape valve. And people are starting to panic buy Bitcoin because they realize this thing is about to blow.
Max, you made some really interesting points, but I do want to ask you a little bit about, because you brought up the velocity of money. When do you see and how do you see the velocity of money speeding up? And at what point is it going to become a major trigger for some sort of panic setting in?
Yeah, the velocity of money will pick up. I think actually in the last couple of weeks, it is showing some upticks. So it's starting to increase. And so that's why you have on the macro level the talk of things like, hey, we need a global reset, or we need a new Bretton Woods, right? These are being talked about at Davos and the IMF and the World Bank and the Federal Reserve Bank. They understand that they're very close to having to sit down and doing what happened in the original Bretton Woods. All the major countries had to get together and re-architect the global currency grid. They brought about the US dollar reserve, the US dollar backed by gold at that time. And so they're already front loading that conversation. They're already realized that they need to just, the time is coming now, or they need to have another reset, as they call it. And again, the difference being that Bitcoin is the escape valve. So corporations are doing it, high net worth individuals are doing it, mutual funds are doing it, hedge funds are doing it. Soon we'll have sovereign wealth funds. And I predict, and it's not a hard prediction to make, but one of these G20 countries or G7 countries is going to come out and say, hey, guess what, guys? We're going to start buying Bitcoin. It could be the Bank of Japan, could be Bank of China, could be any one of those banks, but they're going to break ranks. They're going to say, you know what? We're out of here. We're no longer buying the dollar as a world reserve currency, and we need to save ourselves, and we're buying Bitcoin, and then all hell breaks loose.
I have a question. How do we know that the velocity of money? How do we know the velocity of money is so low right now? How are we measuring that?
It's a figure. It's available at the Federal Reserve website. They publish those numbers, and you can just do a search, and you get all that stuff.
Right, but isn't that the same people that were saying that we don't, trust with the other metrics, right? With in terms of inflation rates and things like that. So it's how do we know which?
So there's a set of numbers that are reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's a set of numbers that are highly questionable. Then there's the Fed's own numbers, which has to be verified and reviewed by professional money managers, hedge funds, and people like that. There's a site called Shadow Stats, which was started maybe 10 years ago, and it reconstructs some of the data that the government is not reporting anymore. So it gives you the actual M3 data. It gives you the actual inflation data. There's inflation is calculated after what's called hedonic adjustments. This is, for example, if steak gets too expensive, the government will swap out steak and they'll put in hamburger. And then they'll report inflation as being unchanged or lower because they swapped out steak for hamburger. These are called hedonic adjustments. And so if inflation were calculated today the same way it was calculated under Clinton, it would already be at 12 or 13%.
Max, I have to jump back to something that you said a moment ago, which I thought was really big. You were talking about the global reset. And then I see this as a way to pull power away from the United States. I mean, I don't see any other way. I don't see how the United States positions itself to be the next leader and in a Bretton Woods 2.0. And you're saying that there's going to be a country that'll break ranks first. Couldn't that very well be the United States as it sees Bitcoin as the new future for it to maintain power into the future?
I would love it to be the U.S., but I don't think it will be the U.S. I liken this to the Sputnik moment. Remember, the Soviets put up the satellite, and then America got into the space race. Right now, we have what I call a hash race or hash war, where countries like China, Iran, Russia are either mining or hoarding Bitcoin in preparation for this post-US dollar world reserve currency era, post-fiat money era. And the US, I would love to see them get into the race, because right now they're not in the race. And these other countries are pulling away. I would love to see the US wake up. That's the answer when people say, what if the government bans Bitcoin? That's really not going to happen. What's going to happen is the government may or may not get into the hash race or Bitcoin race at a timely moment, or it won't. And maybe this is the end of the American empire. World reserve currencies typically last about 100 years. Before the dollar, it was the British pound, and before that, it was in France and Portugal, in Spain, right? You've had since Christopher Columbus days, every 100 years or so, you have a different world reserve currency. America's had it for about 100 years. Based on everything I'm seeing, based on the presence of Bitcoin, we're going to lose it. We're going to lose it pretty quickly now. And what happens from here? We could go to a Bitcoin standard, or we could see a consortium of China plus one or two other countries doing a currency. But the U.S., if it doesn't act soon, it will lose the American empire, which is an empire. We have something like 250 military bases around the world. It's the world reserve currency. We have, it's clearly an empire, even though the U.S. doesn't like to talk about it in those terms. It nevertheless is. And if they don't act quickly, I hope they do. I really hope they do.
Because as it stands now, and we were talking about this earlier, that the U.S. Marshals currently hold 70,000 Bitcoin, which would make the United States the largest national holder of Bitcoin. I would really hope that they would continue to hold on to it. But seeing as the Fed is completely separate from the U.S. government, and it's basically trying to attempt to create its own currency through CBDCs, wouldn't it be pretty simple for the United States to say, well, we no longer are accepting the monetary policy put forward by the Fed because they're taking us down a path that is destructive to our national security interests, and we will now be adopting a Bitcoin standard. We already have politicians in office today that support Bitcoin as well. I guess I'm an eternal optimist when it comes to the United States. I hope to see some of the better aspects of this country return. But do you have anything to say on that?
No, I agree. That I would love to see the U.S. Get in the game. And we have, I think, 3 Congress people that are now Bitcoiners. So it's a bit of a 5th column for the Bitcoin insurrection. We've got our forces in government right now, which is great. And the Fed is, I wish it maybe were more independent. It's a lot of crossover between Wall Street and the Fed and DC and things like that. I think that how exactly to put that policy into place. I'd be curious to get some feedback on that from people who understand let's say the Constitution better. Maybe you have to really look at it. But I'm with you. I'd love to see the U.S. get into it, but the U.S. seems like they're really, really focusing on things that are not terribly important, in my view, and they're missing the bigger picture here.
I think would U.S. adopting, like, pegging a currency that they use to Bitcoin, wouldn't that be sort of a last-ditch effort to just not go belly up? Because not being able to manage their own monetary policy would not allow them to print money and fight endless wars and do all the things that they're currently doing now.
Exactly.
I got an opinion on how it happens, Max. I think it occurs organically, locally, distributedly, right? I think you see like the Miami mayor already, some local politicians already starting to embrace it. I think similar to how you were talking about, like, all it takes is one of these central banks to break rank, and then the dominoes start to fall and it's all bets are off. I would assume the same things would apply to like some of these major municipalities and some of these state entities that are being destroyed by these Federal Reserve policies, whether that's like pension systems or all these other things. I think it has to happen organically, and then at that point it's undeniable.
Well, yeah, on the state level, you have like states like Wyoming, they're becoming a Bitcoin state. So in the United States, the states have a lot of power, and we saw that with marijuana. I think it started in Colorado, where they were basically bringing in medicinal marijuana and decriminalizing marijuana. Now you have a lot of states doing it, and it looks like there'll be a federal law legalizing marijuana. So it starts on the state level. So if Wyoming becomes Bitcoin centric, and then they start pulling in the tax dollars and pulling in the startups and different enterprises, and they're doing a great job doing it. And that's the senator from Wyoming is fully Bitcoinized. She's a sitting senator in the Senate in the U.S. So if another, I understand Rhode Island is looking at it, and a couple of other states. So if you have a sweep of states, the states on the state level can be hugely impactful.
So you could see it potentially as what I'm hearing, that you could see the states adopt the Bitcoin standard before you think on the national level we see some sort of an adoption.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Miami's a good example as a city. So the employees, I believe, have an option of being paid in Bitcoin. The mayor is all about Bitcoin. They're going to do the budget in Bitcoin. They're going to put Bitcoin in the reserve. So they're going down that path. So that could be replicated in other major cities. Obviously, with San Francisco and New York having lots and lots of troubles, so much of business and then high net worth individuals are moving to Miami. And now Suarez is totally pro Bitcoin. So that could be a model where other states and other cities are like, wait, we want to get in on this. So in the US, it's incredibly entrepreneurial. You do have a lot of the state rights is a major factor. And so that's how, I guess somebody said the way we would be able to make this change would not wait around for the centralized government in DC to make the changes, but it could happen more on the grassroots level and on the state level. I think that's probably right.
I think Bitcoin's adoption in and of itself is highly fascinating. We've seen the individual for the first time be able to be first in line to being able to benefit from the upward price movement of this technology. But it's also interesting, I kind of think that you're pointing out here, is that now for the first time also the city and then the state and then the federal are kind of going on that same path. Like the city has the first ability and option to adopt a Bitcoin standard and take advantage of it before essentially the feds come in. So I think that's a really interesting point that you made there in comparison.
Well, they also think about it that Bitcoin may in fact basically demonetize, it demonetizes many things. And it could demonetize the whole idea of having a nation state because of the social contract that goes back to John Locke and the Enlightenment and thinkers of that era. How do you establish a relationship between government and the people that are being governed? Well, all of that regulation is bureaucratic, it's cumbersome, it could be obviated out of existence with Bitcoin, because with Bitcoin comes not only money, a new base layer money we haven't seen in 5,000 years, but there's a completely different way of thinking. I mean, I know just from having guests on my show, millennials are kicking ass. They're saving their money. They're buying Bitcoin. They're not taking any shit. They don't believe a goddamn word from mainstream media. And they're a huge demographic. Millennials are bright as fuck. And I think they're going to be really powerful voice going forward in making these changes. People like Nick Carter, and I can name a bunch of other folks. But if you read their writing, it's like Ben Franklin, of the 21st century. So this is because Bitcoin changes your consciousness. It raises your consciousness. You're not about consumption. You're not about conspicuous consumption. You're not about kind of all the values that come with fiat money, which is supports violence and war and endless wars. You have endless wars because you have endless money printing. So if you take away the money printing, suddenly the model of endless wars disappears. Then why do you need half of my tax dollar going to the Pentagon? That's a big waste of money. I don't need that. Get rid of that. I don't need all these layers of bureaucracy. Get rid of that. Pretty soon why do we even need all this nation state business? Because Bitcoin just changes on a fundamental level every aspect, not only of the economy, but of society, and the rabbit hole goes deeper from there.
Thank you for saying something positive about millennials. I really appreciate that. A lot of times we get a lot of negative connotations associated with our generation, but millennials definitely are the next biggest generation. I think as soon as a couple, get another 10 or 20 years here, and we will be the biggest generation on the planet. We'll probably begin to really control the narrative. You'll start to see advertisement hyper-focused on millennials. And I think for the first time, we've really seen as millennials the need to plan for the future. COVID and COVID in 2020 and the whole pandemic and the shutdowns has really shown that we can't rely on anyone but ourselves. And I think Bitcoin has this perfect narrative right now where it's the best tool available to plan for the future. And more with the conversations I'm having today with people that I know that are in my age bracket, they are seeing Bitcoin and it's almost like it just completely makes sense to them now. So I think that's a really interesting point that you brought up about millennials.
Typically, as youth gives way to middle age, you lose a lot of the optimism and you lose a lot of that youthful kind of a view of the world. But with Bitcoin, you can keep it. You don't have to become cynical boomer like myself. You don't have to become a Gen X slacker. The millennials can just keep that youthful optimism for their entire lives because they're based on Bitcoin.
Yeah, I was
Jimmy, did you want to jump in? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, at least millennials are talked about. Us Gen Xers, we like nobody remembers us. We're like the middle children of generations. But yeah, you're right, Max. Like I feel like there's a lot of people my age. Like I'll talk to a lot of my friends, and you could just like they're telling other people that they're old and that they're that they're over the hill or something, and that they're and like for me, I'm like, I'm not them, right? Like I feel like they are in almost a different generation than me because I still have hope. I still have this this idea that the world can change, and I'm not beaten down by fiat jobs and rent-seeking bureaucrats and all this other stuff that they've obviously been beaten by. So, there is a lot of hope going forward because Bitcoin exists, and I honestly feel really sorry for a lot of my friends, my college buddies and stuff like that really kind of feel that way and just want to sort of ride out the rest of their lives in quiet desperation or something.
Yeah, absolutely, Jimmy. That there is something magical about Bitcoin that marries youthful optimism with the hardest money ever in the history of the universe. When you put those two together, it's a bright future. It's a bright orange future, and this is a good platform for it. A lot of people get on this platform and talking about it, and I think it's infectious. You hear millennials are out there and they are really putting together a winning hand with the hardest money ever. I mean, it's going to be this rocky transition from fiat money for sure. But, as long as it's unconfiscatable wealth that you hold and it's immutable and it's uncensorable, you've got the two aces. You've got the winning hand. So no matter what shit is thrown at us, we're holding the winning hand, and that's a great comfort.
If I could ask something about this matter?
Go ahead.
So Max, you spoke about the deficit. I had to inform myself about it a bit. I economy from shareholder to stakeholder. A lot of Bitcoin in it because Bitcoin is essentially what you're speaking, a decentralized currency, which favors the one that's holding it as a stakeholder, I feel. And I was wondering what your thoughts were on that.
You broke up. I didn't hear can anyone relay that question?
Yeah, Henrique, I'm going to have you repeat the question, but really quickly, I just want to thank Max and Jimmy for taking the time to both come up on stage and answer questions today. Make sure you guys are following both of them. They're some of the biggest players in the Bitcoin scene. Also, make sure you go to the top and follow Cafe Bitcoin, because this is probably one of the only places that you'll see conversations like this taking place. Henrique, go ahead.
Okay, I was mentioning because Max spoke about the Davos agenda. Are you hearing me well? I wonder.
Yeah, you're saying
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so Max was speaking about the Davos agenda, and I was asking how that relates to shifting the economy for shareholder benefit to stakeholder benefit, and I was wondering how that can relate to Bitcoin, and if that is the plan, and if you have any opinion on that.
Yeah, it's to be quite frank, that question is a bit convoluted, but I will attempt to throw some interesting thoughts into it. As I understand what you're saying, there's a transition more to a debt-based economy, and does that impact Bitcoin? You know, it gets back to the underlying fact is that the debt to GDP on planet Earth has been rocketing higher for decades. It's currently over 300% debt to GDP on planet Earth. In Japan, it's over 300% for sure. In the US, it just wherever you go, it's skyrocketing higher. And the reason we are told by people like Paul Krugman that don't worry about the debt, it's only money that we owe ourselves. That would be great if time stood still and there was no future. But because there is a future, that debt is being paid from the backs of the millennials. It's being taken out of the backs of the Gen Z who can't afford school. They can't afford healthcare. They can't afford transportation. Their quality of life is degrading. Even their life expectancy in America is going down in the last couple of years, which is the first time in decades. And that's where it shows up. So it's real. Debt is real. Debt's not imaginary. It's not something you can just keep piling on forever. And there is also, without the cooperation of the biggest creditors in the world, the biggest being China and Japan, you know, if they decide that they want to get rid of this bum, the United States, from having to support them anymore, they can pull the plug whenever they want to, particularly now in China, where you have this incredibly big middle class now. We shipped our economy to China. China is now China has come out of COVID the way America came out of World War II. Remember, after World War II, America was the only country standing. Europe was destroyed, Asia was destroyed, and you had the American century. Well, after this COVID catastrophe, China is already back in business. They're up and running. Their GDP is growing. They're exporting. They're coming out of this in good shape. So they have a lot of cards to play. So that would be my answer.
Let's go ahead and open it up a little bit. I'm going to let a couple more people, if you're interested in asking a question to the panel, but specifically, I'd like if you could direct your questions to Max. It's a unique opportunity for him to be here talking to us today, or Jimmy as well. These are both really, well, Jimmy's gone. Max is going to be the guy. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to flash your symbol a little bit and we can get some questions going towards Max. I'm also going to open up the floor as well so that you can raise your hand.
One last question. I'll add
Go
one
ahead,
last question.
Enrique.
So I've heard a lot of. I'm a recently comer to cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. I was informing myself a lot. I read something about Bill Gates and his worries about Bitcoin's energy consumption, and I'm just asking for your opinion and how can this evolve, and if he's right, if he's not right, and what do you think about?
Right. So Bitcoin's energy consumption right now is a minimum 30-35% renewables, and that's increasing all the time. Bitcoin is probably the greenest energy ever created. It converts nasty energy like gas flaring. You can convert that into energy to mine Bitcoin, as it's being done all over the US. And so the Bitcoin miner is immobile, so they can go and find wherever there is excess energy, cheap energy, hydro energy, solar energy. So the Bill Gates energy story is just flat out wrong. For a guy who is familiar with mathematics and data and logic, he seems to have not received the memo on this. hasn't done his homework. He's flat out wrong. So either he's just careless, glib, or some other problem, but he's just flat out wrong.
Yeah, the question is, for instance, I worry a lot because I'm pretty young and I still want to inform my father because I'm pretty concerned about all these matters you've been discussing, about the problem with inflation and with the fiat currencies. And I feel like people this big mentioning such things is always gonna make it harder for us to help our friends, help our families, and to reach the right conclusions.
It is. It's very difficult to reach out and get people to embrace Bitcoin. Typically, the best way to do it is to simply have them read one of Jimmy Song's books, the best books out there, in my opinion, and get them to actually, do a transaction with them. There's a lot of magic that happens when people actually use it. They have it on their wallet, and that just the bell. It's no longer theoretical. It's like, wow, I get it now. It's happening. And that's the best way to orange pill people. Just walk them through in real time with the actual product, and let nature take its course. If they have any scintilla of desire to escape the fiat slavery, it'll start to work its way immediately. Just all you need is one spark, and a new Bitcoiner is born.
I definitely, yeah, Enrique, thanks for coming up and asking questions. I also saw John's mic kind of peak a little bit there. John, did you have a question that you had for Mike?
Yeah.
Or Max, sorry.
It's more of a logistic question. So they're saying Tesla and MicroStrategy have purchased a lot of Bitcoin. How would a group purchase Bitcoin? So like, is it Elon Musk's wallet? I guess I'm just confused on the logistics of how does a group entity purchase Bitcoin?
They call up Coinbase, talk to Brian Armstrong, who runs Coinbase, and say, hey, I want to buy $1 billion of Bitcoin. And he takes care of it for you. If you need to buy $1 billion, call Brian Armstrong, or go to Swan Bitcoin's private client desk. It's swanbitcoinvip.com, I believe, and talk to those folks and say, I want to buy a lot of Bitcoin. They'll hook you up right quick.
So whose wallet does that Bitcoin go in then?
With Swan, for example, you would take it off the exchange, take it off them immediately, and put it into your device. Let's say a Trezor, for example, is a good device, or use Casa. Well, I have a Casa account with multi-sig, which is really, really good. It's my favorite. But you need it, as I say, not your keys, not your cheese. As Isaiah Jackson famously coined that phrase. So you take control of your keys. Now you've got unconfiscatable wealth. Government can't confiscate it. Nobody can confiscate it. And it's immutable. It's uncensorable. And you're living in a world where fiat money is collapsing in value. So you're in a good position.
So I guess where I'm getting stuck is like, you need like a board to make the decision of, like, say they decided to sell it in the future, which I'm sure not a lot of them are doing. I heard they'll just hold on to it like an asset essentially forever. But like, I guess who has the actual authority in that? Like, because if there's no one central wallet, I guess that's where I'm getting stuck of who then owns it. The entity does, but then who has the authority to take it or move it or any of that stuff?
Right. Well, that's entirely dependent on the organization that you're talking about. If you're talking about an individual, that's pretty clear what the process is. If you're taking a delivery for, let's say, MicroStrategy, obviously they have a board of directors, and they have probably some redundancy on that board of directors for security, and it's built into their minutes of their board meeting. And but for everybody would approach it slightly differently. If it's an organization like your local Kiwanis Club or Gun Club or Girl Scouts, they would have a different approach to it. But the end result is the same. You'd have to figure out on your side how you want the governance. But the key is to just get the keys off the exchange. That's always the best practices, and then from there, you can decide how to manage the responsibility.
Okay. That helps a lot, because I have a local club that we were debating buying, and we were like, well, then who has the ownership? How you purchase as a group?
If I can jump in and do a bit of an advertisement for Casa, Casa's got the best setup. It's multi-sig, so there's multiple wallets, and then you can have where you need 3 out of 5 signatures or 2 out of 3 signatures, and who has those signatures? It could be you, your estate lawyer, and some other entity, right? So you can create for yourself a trusted board, if you will, to handle the responsibility of those coins. But it's already pre-set up over at Casa. I'm an investor in Casa, okay, full disclosure, and I use Casa. But if you go over there and check it out, I think you'll find them. And by the way, use casa.com/max too. Don't forget that. Get 10% off or some deal. I don't know what the deal is, but I tell you, Casa is good.
Thank you for, hey, Jonathan, thank you for the question. I wanted to make sure also, John Gilardi, I hope I'm not butchering your last name. I saw you kind of flash your mic earlier. Just wanted to make sure you also had an opportunity to ask a question to Max if you had one. Nope. Okay, let's keep moving on. Okay, we have Jetty, Weddy. I've seen you flash your mic a couple times. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I just had a question. So, Citi came out today with their report. I mean, as far as I could tell, that's just about every major institutional, bank investment firm has essentially given the green light. I'm just interested to hear Max's opinion on how much weight those are given in the marketplace. I don't know what the traditional reader of those reports are, right? The Maxis could care less what they think, but I just, what does Max think about that? Essentially, all these major banks now have given the green light.
Yeah, it's enormously important because it's all baked into the protocol under the layer called game theory. And game theory is basically, you want people to get into a situation where they're outbidding each other. I mean, the price is certainly showing that people, so when Paul Tudor Jones came out and said he's bought 1% of his fund into Bitcoin, so he's one of the oldest hedge fund managers in the country, one of the most successful. And then after he made it safe for hedge funds to look at Bitcoin, then he had guys like Stan Druckenmiller come in. Stan Druckenmiller has not had a down year since 1981. When Mass Mutual insurance company said they were interested in Bitcoin, then now the whole insurance industry, they gave them the green light to look at Bitcoin. When you have obviously when Citibank and those other banks are coming out and they have these incredible price targets and they're very favorable for Bitcoin, then the entire industry has to follow suit because it's a very, very competitive industry. So once one of your competitors makes the move to stay competitive, you have to take a position because the market's moving. I mean, that's the difference between, let's say, Wall Street and banks versus academics like a Nouriel Roubini or a Paul Krugman. Those guys are academics and they're never penalized for being wrong. They can be wrong their entire careers and still get a Nobel Prize. They can still get a raise in pay, right? They're not paid to be right. They're just paid to have opinions. But in the hedge fund industry, the banking industry, you have to be right consistently or you're out of business. And if your competitor is now into Bitcoin, you have to take a position. It's either going to be pro or against Bitcoin. So then what happens is you got some really smart guys on Wall Street. They do a deep dive and they're like, wow, I get it. And this is a new asset class and we got to own it. And so it's enormously helpful and it's also predictable or inevitable, as some have said. And pretty soon it becomes the consensus trade. It goes from being the contrarian trade of I would never touch it with a 10-foot pole to I got to get in at any price. And then you see gaps in price. You'll see 50,000 and then you could see a gap to 60,000 with not many trades in between those two prices because there's $100 trillion sloshing around in accounts that manage portfolios for banks, high net worth individuals, and other fiduciaries who manage money. That's $100 trillion of liquid cash looking for returns. So Bitcoin is at 1 trillion. So obviously, as the commitment to own more increases, you go from 1 trillion of that 100 trillion to 5 or 10 trillion. Okay, that's 5 or 10x the current price. Now you're talking 500,000 per coin, and the higher prices bring in more attention. It brings in more capital against the backdrop of a failing fiat money currency system. So people they're seeing their purchasing power erode. They're seeing fiat money in trouble. They're seeing Bretton Woods collapse. They're seeing the Grand Reset fail. They're like, got to get me some Bitcoin. It's going to be hard to get Bitcoin at some point. I envision you're going to have to go to Sotheby's and bid on a Bitcoin with other gazillionaires. When it gets to $1 million or $2 million a coin, it's going to be tough to get them. There'll be a Modigliani, a Fabergé egg, and a Bitcoin, and a bunch of Arab sheiks in the audience bidding by telephone. Give me that Bitcoin. There's not a lot of them out there. If you don't got your Bitcoin, I don't. It's bad news.
Just want to give an opportunity. Thanks, Max, for continuing to answer questions. I want to give a real quick opportunity for any of the moderators that are up on stage, just because we don't get Max in here often. Want to give any of you an opportunity to ask questions. Before we do that, make sure everybody that's listening, go up to the top and follow Cafe Bitcoin. This is one of the best rooms we've had for a while, but if you want to be able to be a part of these rooms in the future, you're going to be needing to follow Cafe Bitcoin. Any of the moderators want to ask a question?
Yeah, I had a quick question about, all right, so you said there's a depletion coming of Bitcoin. I think, so what's going to happen once it's all gone? Does it become a reserve currency? Does it open up the window for currencies that are similar to Bitcoin, like Digibyte, to increase in value? How does that look in the future in your point of view?
I think that Bitcoin has a voracious, insatiable appetite for energy, and it's going to kill things like fiat money, gold, and any of the altcoins, which I think you mentioned one. The problem with altcoins is that Bitcoin's going to drink their milkshake, to put it into the common parlance. It's going to take all the energy available to it because it has an insatiable appetite for energy. Bitcoin is doing a 51% attack on planet Earth in terms of energy. Bitcoin, once we're using maybe 1% of Earth's energy right now. I foresee it getting above 50%, 51%. And then essentially we're in hyper Bitcoinization. We under a Bitcoin standard. The value systems are completely different. Violence and war has been demonetized. People are no longer full of fear and dread and existential anxiety, but they're living great lives because they've got the hardest money ever since the beginning ever. And that's what's going to happen. I don't see it lifting other projects higher. I have said before that gold could become the poor man's Bitcoin, in that if Bitcoin's really hard to source, people will, in desperation, start buying gold to escape the hyperinflation. So that may benefit gold for a short period of time because gold, it still has a lot of fans out there, but I don't. Ultimately, it's going to be demonetized as well. So everything gets demonetized, and you have the Bitcoin standard, and it ushers in just a completely different mindset. And it stretches out horizontally across every aspect of society, which is a great rabbit hole to jump down. But we're not going to do it now. But
Shelly, I can see that you're going to come off mic and talk real quick. I just want to make sure everyone knows that I'm going to start taking some people off of the stage that have been up here a while that maybe asked questions earlier. Feel free to raise your hand to come back up. But if I kick you off the stage, please don't be offended. We're just trying to make some more room for other people. But Shelly, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. I have a quick and easy question for you, Max. I appreciate your time. Did I hear you correctly earlier when you said that the true inflation rate in the United States is 12%? Is that what you said?
Right. So what two answers. Number one is if you were to calculate inflation based on how it was calculated under the Clinton administration, or going back even further, you would come up with a much higher number. That's because you would get rid of all the hedonic adjustments that have been going on every 6 months or so over the past couple of decades. So there's a great incentive to understate inflation for the COLA payments, the cost of living adjustment, and these other types of things. The government naturally likes to understate inflation because it's cheaper to do so. Then you add in a lot of other factors, and you have the reason why you would understate inflation. So if you were to use calculations from 20 years ago or 25 years ago, you'd see it running more like 12%. The other way to look at it is the way Michael Saylor looks at it, where he says, hey, wait a minute, the money supply is increasing. Using his numbers, he'll say, hey, it's increasing 15% a year. So my cash on my balance sheet is losing essentially 15% purchasing power a year. And I know that the government reported numbers are incorrect because they don't really incorporate into their calculations, for example, the rise in asset prices. So, he puts those back into the equation, and he'll say, if you include things that are not included, like healthcare, education, and things like this, and you have a fuller basket of what actually would represent the economy, it would map more closely the money supply growth, right? So that would make more sense. So you have the actual inflation is a lot higher. So, I mean, that 12% number, I'm off the top of my head, I'm trying to make an adjustment based on a 20-year lapse, but that's the point of what I was saying right then.
That's great. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I had a gentleman in a room last night say that libertarians, which I am, are morons for thinking inflation is closer to 10%, and I knew you'd be able to articulate it well, so thank you for the feedback.
But Shelley,
Okay.
how many people have we come in here that said that inflation doesn't exist?
That's a great point, D++.
Quite a few.
That is
Those are the
point.
morons.
Well, it's part of a it's part of it's just propaganda is what it is. So the folks who benefit from misstating inflation are also have a lot of lobbying power in Washington, and they also have a lot of media power, and there's a lot of incentive to understate inflation, and there's a lot of incentive to understate what's happening at the Fed. I mean, it comes down to an absence of free markets and an absence of genuine price discovery. So the major problem is that in a fiat money economy, prices don't reflect the underlying economic forces that you would associate with price discovery or prices. The prices end up being manipulated. I'll give you one quick example is that, I invented something called the virtual specialist technology back in 1996. It's got a patent number that you can look up, and 157195, I believe, is the patent number. And essentially, it's a system where you pick a price first, and then the technology fills in the trades to get to that price. So it's the opposite of what you associate with a market. The market is usually the orders, the buys and sells come in, and then you determine a price based on aggregating the interest on the buyers and the sellers. But this technology allows you to pick the price first and then fill in the trades afterward. So it allows you to guide markets, but without making it look obvious, I guess you could say. So that technology was eventually sold to Cantor Fitzgerald, a Wall Street firm, and they use it to trade derivatives. And they use it in a malevolent way, in my opinion, to commit price manipulation in the derivatives market using that technology. So on the surface, it looks like there's a market, but I know, as the inventor of that technology, that that's not really the case. So, but that's the problem throughout the entire economy, is that you don't have supply and demand driving prices. You have a Politburo like command and control group of bureaucrats who determine what the prices should be in advance, and then fill in whatever they have to fill in to get to those prices. So, and that's the problem. That's the underlying problem. We don't have a free market.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You had a
Shelley,
question if no other
good
mods had
questions.
questions.
Good questions. Yeah, I do want to let a couple of people that have kind of been in line now start to establish a little bit of a line going on here. We have Alan and obviously T-Pain, you're always here hanging out. But did either of you have a question? Kanatal or T-Pain, did you have one?
Well, I was just going to quote there's a principle that exactly what Max was just stating. There's like a law associated with it. I'm trying to find it real quick, but keep going. Sorry.
All right, I'll come right back to you, T-Bane. Let's see. We have Kuntal. Am I saying that right? Could you help me pronounce that?
Yeah, Kuntal.
Okay, go ahead, Kuntal.
Yeah, so Max, been a big fan for over 10 years of yours. You guys started talking about kind of one of my original questions about kind of what country might be the first one to adopt Bitcoin as a reserve asset. But my other question is, what do you see as the next kind of attack vector that governments are going to take against Bitcoin? I know in like 2017, we had like a lot of FUD all the time, like this country banning Bitcoin or this or that. This bull run so far, it seems like it's been pretty subdued besides like the India stuff. But I don't see governments giving up, their control over the monetary system that easily. So I'm wondering what potential attack vectors you think that, the Federal Reserve and I guess all, central banks in collusion with each other are going to take to kind of try to stop Bitcoin from becoming dominant.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I think that actually it's going to flip and countries are going to realize they can't do anything about it and they need to start mining and hoarding Bitcoin because other countries are doing that. So you have what I call the hash war or hash race, similar to the Sputnik moment when America entered the space race. So that's the more likely outcome. Countries are realizing there's nothing they can do. They ban it, doesn't make any difference. Nigeria banned Bitcoin and now distributed exchanges are popping up all over the place and business as usual, really. The government's being shown to be without any ability to stop Bitcoin. And that's going to be true with all governments. And especially in an environment where you already have a lot of social unrest and a lot of institutions are in decline, have been undermined. We've been through 30 years of the leverage buyout, going all the way back to the 80s and the deregulation and Michael Milken and the leverage buyouts and the corporate raiders, and we're now called private equity. They've just strip mined the entire economy. They own to a company, they load it full of debt, they pay themselves $1 billion dividend, they walk away, and the company dies. And that's gone over and over and over again. It's just like a plague that's wiped out half the S&P 500. And so you've got a carcass, you've got a shell. This economy is on fumes. It's a dead man walking. And it's kept alive through transfusions of paper money. And now those transfusions are not working. And now the zombies are floating to the surface. I had this image that somebody told me once. It's a storm that hit a pig slurry, and it overflowed a pig farm where the slurry is kept, the feces. And it overflowed down a hill and ran through a graveyard. And then it hit the highway, and it was pig shit with dead people. And that's where the American economy is heading right now. A slurry-filled, corpse-ridden carcass because it's been gutted and everything's been stolen. And, if you don't have Bitcoin, get your boots on because you're going to be wading through a lot of shit.
That's a great analogy.
That metaphor was incredible. One thing to add, you were talking about how measures are failing, like as far as the price targets, Max, and how that fails over time. It reminded me of Goddard's law or Goodhart's law or something, and it was put forward by some British economist in 1975, and he said, any observed statistical regularity will tend to collapse once pressure is placed upon it for control purposes. So it's kind of like when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure.
Right. So we have an example of that right now with two. One is called the VIX. So the VIX index is a measure of market volatility. And it's supposed to give you an idea of like a warning signal if markets are overly volatile. And people trade the VIX, and it's you can buy it and sell it. There's futures and it's very actively traded. But what happened in the last 10 years is that the government started trading VIX contracts to manage the perception of volatility. So the biggest trader of the VIX is the U.S. government. When I was working on Wall Street, and they do it for propaganda, for financial propaganda. When I was working on Wall Street in 1987, of course, there was the crash of 87. And the day after the crash, that would be not Monday the 19th, but Tuesday the 20th. It wasn't Black Monday. The Tuesday the 20th is called Black and Blue Tuesday. And on that day, Tuesday, markets were set to open up down another 500 points, which would have made every bank and insurance company in America would have had to declare insolvency. So Reagan, Alan Greenspan at the Fed, and Robert Rubin at Treasury got together, and they created the Working Group on Finance, otherwise known as the Plunge Protection Team. And on that day, capitalism in America died, because on that day, the federal government started buying and selling S&P futures contracts to propagandize prices, to make things look good. You also had what's called the Greenspan put. Every time the market went down, the Fed bought stocks. And because Wall Street knew that the Fed was a buyer on any dips, they just bought with reckless abandon. And that Greenspan put became the Bernanke put, became the Janet Yellen put, became the Jay Powell put, right? That's why the markets keep going higher and higher, is because there's no downside risk. There's always the Fed there to buy stocks by printing more money. Again, the Weimar Republic comes to mind. This is kind of chicanery that went on at that time and elsewhere with other instances of hyperinflation. Central banks print money to buy stocks, to prop up stocks that are technically insolvent. The list goes on and on. You have in America now these SPACs, SPACs. In the 20s, they were called blind pools. And they took blind pools public in the 20s, and they just raised money without any purpose at all. They said, we'll figure it out later. And most of the time, the money was just looted. The same thing with this generation. So a lot of the stuff that caused the crash of 29, all the rules that were put in place in 33 and 34, which I know the laws pretty well, because as a stockbroker, you have to pass the licensing exam, and you have to know the legal, the SEC, the laws, and all these things. And I've seen over the past 20 years, every single one of those laws stripped out, and the ones that remain are just ignored. So it's a complete 1920s style free-for-all. There's no law. There's law, but there's no enforcement of any of those laws. We saw in the GameStop scandal last week, where you have Reddit figured out that this Melvin Capital, the hedge fund, had illegally sold more stock in GameStop than existed. They were in a position called a naked short. So they figured out that if they bought that stock, Melvin Capital would be forced to go in the market and buy it to cover their naked short, and it was a guaranteed winner. Well, what happened? Melvin Capital was bailed out by Citadel Capital, and guess who sits on Citadel Capital board? Ben Bernanke, former Fed chairman. They they used the money they used to bail out Melvin was the money they got as a bailout from the taxpayer the year before, when Citadel was almost bankrupt. Look at long-term capital management, 1999. They went belly up. Alan Greenspan lowered rates by huge amounts to save one hedge fund in Greenwich, Connecticut. So he made every saver in America, anyone on a pension, everybody with a savings account, a retirement account, had to dip into that retirement account and send their money to a hedge fund managers in Greenwich, Connecticut, thanks to Alan Greenspan. What is that? That's a kleptocracy. That's not a free market. So, and that's building over decade after decade. So finally, we're about to burst. It's run its course, and there's Bitcoin winking, smiling, inviting you to come on over. Unconfiscatable hard money. Come on over. Let them kill themselves with their fiat. Let them die. Let them all die. It's like Guyana with Jim Jones. They're drinking this Kool-Aid. We're going to wake up one morning and there's going to be thousands of them littered, dead all over Wall Street. And we'll be with our Bitcoin saying, well, fuck you. We don't care. Drop dead. We don't care.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point you make at the end there, where you say that I think for the first time ever, we're going to say to these companies that are too big to fail, excuse my language, but you can go fuck yourself. Something you've talked about a couple times now so far is the zombie companies in this country. Can you explain just how many zombie companies you see out there and what percentage they make up of the maybe the top 500 companies in this country?
Right. So technically, zombie company is that their top line revenues are not big enough to service their debt. And there, of the S&P 500, last I saw, 20% filled that category. Could be higher.
I'm gonna keep going with questions. T-Bane, I always love having you up. T-Bane's really great electrical work, mining stuff, very intelligent, bright person. Did you have another question for Max, or can I continue on down the way?
Nope, that's all I got.
All right, Lightning, you were able to ask a couple questions earlier. I'm just going to get a couple more people from the audience that haven't had a chance yet. So if Ryan or Moody have a question, Ryan, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I've been really pretty much in chats all day, and it's awesome to hear all you guys talk, and just absorb it all. But there's obviously a lot. There's I know that over 8,500 projects in general in the crypto space, and obviously Bitcoin is really its own thing. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert by any means. There's a lot I'm still trying to learn and absorb, and I'm excited to read the Bitcoin Standard. But I'd rather ask the question, even if it's considered stupid, than not ask. But Bitcoin was obviously created, so technically another type of Bitcoin, obviously what the name is irrelevant, could conceivably be created, right? Why are there so many other coins that are all just at the very least a level, if not multiple levels below? In layman's terms, what really makes it, I guess, so unique and different that something like it can't be created again in the future?
Right. So a few points on that. Let me run through them. So first of all, there's kind of a thought, which is, I guess, more of a thought exercise than anything else, that Bitcoin is more of a discovery than it was a creation. It's a mathematical equation that was kind of discovered. So that's point number one. When you look at the other thousands of projects out there, you have a few problems. Number one, there's a single point of failure. If the government wants to shut it down, it's pretty easy to do. In the case of Ether and all of the other associated projects, they're all running in large part on AWS servers. They can be shut down in a moment. It's not distributed. They're not decentralized. Only Bitcoin really has the level of decentralization that it has. You have the problem, a lot of these projects, of course, because they're not decentralized, that there is a back door into these projects, and we've seen that happen time and time again, where the foundation or whomever is making changes to the protocol. So again, it's not completely decentralized in that sense. You've got the energy problem that I mentioned before. I think that because Bitcoin has this insatiable need for energy, that these ones are just basically fade away and go out of existence. If you look at the big major forks like Bitcoin Satoshi Vision, Bitcoin Cash, they're trading at like 1 or 2% of their all-time highs. They're just absolutely fading away, not going anywhere. There's nothing any of these coins do that Bitcoin can't do or will soon be able to do. They don't offer anything, a value proposition. If you look at the proof of work coins, which are the only group that you really should be looking at, the Bitcoin's already got 95% of the hash power, and that's growing. That's what I'm talking about. The energy requirement keeps going higher and higher. Hash rate keeps going higher and higher. Demand keeps on going higher and higher. I think, at the end of the day, back in the 2013, 2014 period, there was an explosion of a lot of different experiments. A lot of experimentation went on. A lot of things were brought to market. And now here in 2021, the market has spoken. The market's saying, look, none of these things competed. None of them did what they said they were going to do. And Bitcoin does everything that it said it was going to do. It came through on the promises that it made. And so the market itself is telling us that there's really a winner-take-all situation here. Having said that, there's nothing that's going to stop people from doing whatever they're going to do, and then people are involved in various projects. But for me, it's a difference between investing and gambling, right? Those are two very, very different things. When you're into Bitcoin, you're making an investment not only in the project that's going up in value, but you're also making an investment in yourself. That you have the values of Bitcoin. When you step away from Bitcoin, it is gambling, and if you're into gambling, that's fine. But why not just go to Vegas? You're guaranteed to get laid, and you can have fun gambling. Why gamble in your basement when you're probably not going to get laid? Put your priorities in order. And stay away from the shitcoins. So those are 5 or 6 reasons I would put forward to answer that question.
Yeah, my a quick kind of follow-up question to that would be the certain things. Obviously, I'm sure you're familiar with the term that are considered DeFi projects. Are you saying those aren't completely decentralized either, to the extent that Bitcoin is?
Absolutely. DeFi tends to be repackaged ICOs. There's a big glut of cash that is controlled by a bunch of a few people, and they keep rolling it into these various projects in and out on a coordinated basis, hoping to catch a few suckers along the way. And it's an insider's scam. And it's like the mafia burning down restaurants for the insurance. They just go from one restaurant to the next. The DeFi, here today, gone tomorrow. And this group it's a cartel. Not to give it too fancy a name, but it's a group of folks that have a lot of money because Bitcoin's gone up. Not even Vitalik likes Ether. He noticed when just a couple of years ago, he was saying he diversified his portfolio. He's buying Bitcoin. The Tezos people are heavily into Bitcoin. The EOS took all the money they collected by selling worthless EOS tokens, and they bought Bitcoin, right? So these people themselves don't believe in these projects. They're buying Bitcoin. So save yourself the misery and just go right to Bitcoin.
Right. So I don't want to take up too much time. So to ask the last question I had written down, it was discussed a while back at this point, probably an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. But there was a lot of talk of, KYC and different ways to buy Bitcoin. And obviously Swan has talked about a lot here on ClubHouse and in these rooms. So there's a million different wallets out there. I do certainly have some Bitcoin and, trying to build that up more. And I have, as you put perfectly, I have gambled on a few other things with some extra money, to hope for some gains to get out and put into Bitcoin. But there are a lot of wallets. So how can you know, or are there any ways to know not only which are legitimate or not, but like I know there was talk about getting a hardware wallet, cold storage versus a software wallet. But with these, 12 to 24 word phrases, 2FAs, and keys, for something like Exodus, for example, is that not enough? Why the push for cold storage and something like a ledger if there's all these steps already in place to protect you and keep it secure?
Well, as you acquire more Bitcoin, those things will answer themselves, if you know what I mean. Once you have a lot of this shit, you start thinking about security. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I got to go, and it's been great to be here. I get a ton from being in these groups, and I'm really happy that they're sponsored. It's a great thing. But I got to go, and have a great one.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Before you go,
Thank you,
Max,
Max.
please.
Thank you.
He's gone.
Thanks.
Make sure you guys tune into his Orange Pill podcast that he has weekly. It's a great thing. I think Bitcoin. Chris, don't you do you want to tell people a little bit of how you do the weekly listening party with that?
Yeah, every Sunday we'll do a listening party on Cafe Bitcoin. So make sure you follow me and Cafe Bitcoin, and you guys will be pinned. We just basically listen to the podcast together. We talk about it, and usually Max and Stacy hops on, and if you have any questions, they'll answer some questions for a few. So if you guys are interested in that, follow me and Cafe Bitcoin, and a lot of the people that are mods are usually in the room, so follow everybody as well.
Can I call out?
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. We were so fortunate to have Max on here, and for him to stay that long was incredible. Thank you, everybody who's tuned in so far. We've had a lot of people also jump on the stage recently that are very knowledgeable and very passionate about educating people about Bitcoin. So if you stick around, we're going to have plenty of us here with a broad swath of knowledge to be able to answer any of the questions that you might have. I heard a couple people trying to chime in real quick. Did somebody have something to say?
Yeah,
no? Okay, I'm just going to go ahead.
It's Nico here. I was going to ask Max, but maybe somebody else can answer too. One of the things he said, and I just wanted to grab onto it before the context changed, is that Ethereum has a lot of nodes. I don't remember the number running on AWS, and there's a couple other cloud providers in there too. Why is it that Bitcoin doesn't have that level of decentralization, and what process would prevent something like that from happening?
Are you serious?
It's actually the opposite.
I think he meant that the other way around. I think
Yeah, I think he meant that the other way around.
That's okay.
Nico, so
do you want to clarify?
Yeah, do you want to? I think you meant to say that Ethereum is extremely centralized because of the fact that it's having to use AWS servers, which are.
If I didn't say that, that's exactly what I meant to say. Ethereum is very centralized on AWS and a few cloud providers. Bitcoin is not. What I'm asking is why not, and what could be done to prevent that from happening if it's just a matter of people choosing to go there for convenience?
I can start this one off here. This is Brandon. That's a really, really good question. It's an important question. So Bitcoin made conscious design decisions in order to keep the requirements of running a node as low as possible. And ways you would do that is by having a small block size. So the infrastructure one needs to run a node from their home is really low, as in you can run it on $100 or $200 commodity hardware, and you don't even need that good of an internet connection to pull it off. And that's a really smart move to keep the network decentralized all around the world and to prevent what happened with Ethereum. Combined with that, Bitcoin also made base layer protocol decisions to keep it really simple, as in the amount of programmability on Bitcoin's base layer is very limited. And so that means there's a smaller attack surface, there's less data that needs to be stored on chain, but it also means it can, quote, do less things on the base layer, where an Ethereum person might say, well, on our chain, we can program anything onto the base layer. And Bitcoiners would say, well, okay, yeah, but you're going to add a bunch of security concerns and you're going to bloat the blockchain. And so Bitcoiners will push all that programming, that complexity away from the blockchain layer, the base layer, and scale in layers, which is how distributed systems work today, such as the internet. And it's also how biological systems work in our body, right? We have cells that make up organules, that make up organs, that make up our body. So you have these simple units that work in concert, and each simple unit can, in a way, specialize, and then they work together to create a greater whole.
Yeah, that answers the question, and it does make perfect sense. And I agree that, coming from sort of an engineering perspective, networking, how there's different layers of the networking model, it makes sense to make a layer as limited as possible, so then push the complexity up to higher layer solutions. I do agree with that.
Brandon was touching just briefly on some of the things he's actually written about. If you don't know who Brandon Quittem is, he has written an amazing article called "Bitcoin is the Mycelium of Money." So make sure you check that out. It's a really, really great read. Let's keep moving along the line. Shelly, did I see you flash your mic?
I was just doing applause.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, let's keep moving along here. I want to make sure that as many people as possible get to answer their questions answered. We have a ton of people in the queue and a ton of people on stage. And I want to make sure if you're in the queue, just know that I do see you there and we will get to you as soon as possible. Let's see. Next person up would be Alan, or, well, we went through these guys earlier. Let's get some more. Let's get further down the line here. Moody, what's up, man? You got a question?
Yes, I do. Hello. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. So,
I am absolutely new to Bitcoin, just trying to get myself educated on the tech side and on the economic side as well. And basically summarizing the conversations here, especially taking into consideration the obvious salience of standardization potentially. I'm really asking myself, what the heck have I been doing not getting into this earlier? So, so far though, my understanding of Bitcoin kind of has two parallels. This is just my perspective from all I have gathered, that are not so much like mutually exclusive in terms of like use case scenarios or whatnot, as speculative and as a hedge primarily. That's the way I see it. So my question is focused on as a means of monetary exchange, peer-to-peer. That's focused on regions or areas of the world that are contemporarily not, or with very low densities of banked people. Case in point, just like Max was pointing out, Africa. Lots of smartphones out there, not so much in terms of like access to banking services. So Bitcoin becomes, because of its peer-to-peer structure, becomes very super attractive. But on the regulatory side of things, once people adopt out there, there's not much the governments can do, banning or whatever crazy policies that they come up with to stop mass adoption. So my question would be like, following on that, do we have like an exchange platform or something with a model that's focused on those unbanked in those regions, adopting like peer-to-peer as a means of trade between themselves? Because the upsides to that would be really like massive. Is that something that's out there as well? Because I hear of we call it Coinbase and all the other services, but mostly it's just like Bitcoin purchases to as speculative or as we call it as a hedge. So do we have, platforms or exchanges that are focused on those?
Yes.
On that type model, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Moody, have you heard
And
of
I'm done speaking now.
Yep. Have you heard of Paxful?
I'm sorry?
Have you heard of Paxful?
Nope.
Okay. That is one I would definitely recommend to you. I don't know if it's .io or .com. Does anybody know that? Paxful.
Okay, could you like spell that out so I could like totally just have that?
It's
Yes.
.com.
Yeah, it's .com. Paxful.com. PAXFUL. PAXFUL.com. And I think you'll find
gotcha.
I think you'll find exactly what you're looking for there. It's a lot of peer-to-peer.
Okay, cool. That's it. Thank you so much.
Hey, there's another one too, BISC, BISQ, and HODL. Those are two other ones. Paxful is a centralized exchange, and BISC and HODL are decentralized exchanges. They're all amazing. So yeah, there's two other resources for you.
I'd also
thank you so
recommend
much.
the website Useful Tulips. That's a researcher, Matt Alberg, who sort of studies the peer-to-peer market in the emerging economies, like you mentioned. And you'll get great data and kind of understand how it's being used from that side.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Definitely, Moody. Thanks for coming up to ask a question. Just want to give everybody in the audience who's been listening so far a reminder to please follow Cafe Bitcoin if you guys haven't yet. We have some of the best conversations around Bitcoin and obviously even economics, technology. But please make sure you're up here following Cafe Bitcoin because if you want to see these rooms in the future, you need to follow that. Also follow all these amazing moderators on stage. They spend every day on this app. Some of them, I literally wake up and they're still on the app. Spending their time here educating people about Bitcoin. So please make sure you give them a follow because in order to see them in the future speaking, you also have to be following them as well. Let's keep moving down the line, Moody. David, you're always hanging out. We always see you in the crowd, sometimes providing value. Did you have a question or should we move on to Gabriel and you?
No, I'm good.
Cool.
Dennis,
Gabriel.
just let me say something real quick too on Paxful to everybody else in the room. Like Paxful's at a really great spot where they need our support. A lot of Bitcoiners don't even know how awesome Paxful is. And they're working now with Elizabeth Stark and Jack Mallers and those guys to integrate Lightning Network into the exchange because the fees went up again and they're thinking about using altcoins. And we were like lobbying them really hard to try to like stick with Bitcoin only and use Lightning Network. And they've decided to do that. And now they're onboarding people to Lightning Network, and they've got 5 million customers in Africa and the US and India. So it's just like we need to, like, I think, more rally behind Paxful because they're making the right choices. They're sticking away from shitcoins and they're using Lightning Network.
That's really good to know, Brad. I know that in the future I will definitely be recommending them. I'm glad we were able to lobby them into using Lightning Network. So thank you for that piece of information. Let's see, Gabriel, you want to go ahead, buddy?
Hey, yeah, no, I primarily had a question for Max, so I'm just hanging out.
All right, Gabriel, thank you. We have
Yui.
Is that how I pronounce it? Great. I did it first try. Thank you. Go ahead.
You nailed it. Yeah, I had two really quick questions. Hopefully you can help me answer. One, I work in investment banking and trying to bring blockchain clients to market on the KYC part is obviously an issue, right? You got questions like, do you have customers in, like high risk jurisdictions or countries, right? And how do you think financial markets should go about approaching that? Because anonymity obviously is important for customers, and you can't really figure out who's who in the blockchain space.
So there's a company called Chainalysis. There are like other data providers that I think is what financial institutions tend to try to use to understand the legitimacy of coins and whether or not there's like concerns from like, was this involved in illicit transactions in the past? I'd say like that's probably the direction you would go as an investment bank is probably contract with one of these data providers.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the other question I had more on the thought is with in past U.S. economic history, right? It was all about controlling money supply within the U.S. borders, but then when it comes to cryptocurrency, there's just a massive capital outflow as now, and obviously the U.S. loses control on its fiat currency. How does the capital outflow, do you think that impacts the U.S. economy, and what do you think the U.S. government or Fed can do to control or protect the dollar from collapsing as a result?
Well, I would just say, if no one's talking, that the U.S. dollar is doing a great job of collapsing on its own without Bitcoin's help.
Yeah, and obviously the U.S. is going to do what it can to try to protect it, and it should, rightfully so.
It doesn't seem like they're doing much to protect it other than to protect their own self-interest at this point. I mean, they're just absolutely slapping the dollar around, and we're seeing it lose its buying power compared to assets at an incredible rate. I don't really see what they can do to save the dollar at this point. Not an expert on it as much as Max is or Dr. Jack that were on here earlier. But at this point, I don't really see them being able to make the tough decisions to be able to save the dollar. And the tough decision would be to massively spike interest rates and completely stop printing money. But I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah, I think Dennis is right here. They're in a tough spot. You can look at a historical analog to the 30s and the 40s. You're essentially in a financial issue that leads to, oh shit, we have too much debt. How do we get out of it? And you can either raise interest rates, have austerity, or print your way out. And so it seems like the only political expedient way is to print their way out, which makes their debt worth less, right? The real value of the debt goes down, but the nominal amount continues to go up. And so that's why people are flocking to Bitcoin. And so, yeah, I think we're going to see many different nation states see capital flight out of their shitty currencies, the dollar obviously being the best shitty currency. And so we will see some states try to clamp down. China sort of has, but yeah, capital flight's going to be real.
Okay. So, and then with Bitcoin, with the rate of transactions that are happening on this blockchain, I think the criticism is that it's going to get slower and slower to process moving forward. And does it, would a new coin that has a faster, technological processing speed, could eventually replace it, right? So do you see it as an impediment in the long term?
No, you're coming at it wrong here. So the base layer of Bitcoin itself, yes, there is limited transaction throughput, but that's actually necessary for the long-term security assumptions of Bitcoin. What you want to be looking for is most of the actual peer-to-peer transactions or end user payments will happen on layers above the blockchain, so not actually interacting with the blockchain. And that could be through centralized services like Square, PayPal, bank-to-bank transfer, etc. Or it could also be on things like Lightning Network or Liquid, which are separate protocols that sort of benefit from the security assumptions of Bitcoin. And so that's where most of the throughput will come from.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate this. This room has been fantastic. Been listening the last few hours.
There's a great book on what Brandon's talking about that came out within the last couple of weeks called Layered Money by Nick Bhatia, where he sort of lays out how central banks and commercial banks and such operate, and then how a layered money framework will likely work for Bitcoin.
Hey man, I'm halfway through it right now. I started it yesterday. It's fantastic, and it will address all your questions.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to jump off ClubHouse at some point to start reading again. Maybe pick up the nighttime practice once again. I've talked to a couple people about that. Brandon, thanks for jumping in. Also, let's keep moving along. Yui, great questions. Thank you for jumping in. Let's see who we have next up here in line. We've got Jeff and Max and Austin. Jeff, Sir Jeff, do you have a question?
Hi.
Go, Jeff.
The previous caller just answered my question, or you guys answered his question. I just want to know that resource at the end that you told him about. I didn't hear that.
Layered Money.
Layered Money.
Layered Money. Yeah, it's a book. Just came out.
It is a book. Okay, great. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you coming up and waiting so long to only have your question answered by the guy in front of you.
That's the way the world works.
It is. Well, at least you got to save some brain power, save some calories. All right, Max and Austin are next in line. Max, go ahead, sir.
What? Is it P?
Someone is leaving the mic open. All right, we've got Max and Austin, but Max is not here at his mic.
Hey,
Austin,
I'm here, but I need you come back to me like 3 people. I want to hear just let some other people talk, and I'll be back maybe after Peter, if that's okay.
Sounds good, Max. I'll leave you up on stage, and we'll come back to you here soon. Austin and Tom. Austin, you're a go.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Just kind of piggybacking from some of the previous comments about basically all of the fancy features that shitcoins advertise as being better than Bitcoin, but kind of with layered money, we understand the idea that we need a foundational layer that works first, and that's most important. And we believe that that's Bitcoin. So, okay, to what extent do you think a lot of these altcoin, DAO or extremely complicated smart contract ideas can exist on 3rd, 4th, 5th layer implementations on top of Bitcoin? Like, are those features actually possible? And are altcoins basically running A/B tests for the future of Bitcoin additional layers? That's it.
A lot of people like to say altcoins are test nets for Bitcoin. I love the experimentation of them. I only wish that a token or some sort of blockchain-esque type sales pitch wasn't associated with them. But yeah, in my opinion, a lot of what they're doing is some form of A/B testing, some form of test net for Bitcoin. I'm not an expert on it though, so someone else wants to jump in on this and talk about the technical aspects of what the altcoins are doing. Please be my guest.
Yeah,
I would
I'll
just
take a
say
shot.
you can go.
Yeah, I'll take a
Go
shot
for
at
it.
some of it, then you can go, Dustin. I mean, if you look at some of the things that the altcoins are quote unquote solving, even though they're not, right? Some of them are like, oh, we're super fast, right? Bitcoin's too slow. Well, okay, then you have the Lightning Network for that, and then that problem's solved, right? Then you have other problems that people have tried to solve around privacy. Now, one thing I do admit a little bit, Bitcoin could be a little bit more fungible. I think there are ways to deal with it right now, with CoinJoin, but with future implementations of things like Taproot and Schnorr, you will be able to do things to make it more private, right? And then, okay, what do we need privacy coins for anymore, right? And then Tor and Taproot and Schnorr will also implement more advanced scripting that could be done in Bitcoin, and that will open up new doors to do additional things that some of these altcoins are doing. And I love the idea of being an A/B test. What works and what people really want. Eventually, we can implement in Bitcoin. Then you got these other things called DLCs, and we actually have a great guy who comes into these rooms all the time, named Nadav, and he works directly with DLCs. And basically they allow you to do some really interesting stuff with oracles, right? So you got these other coins that are trying to solve these problems around oracles and getting outside information to then have, let's say, a contract execute. So you can have a multi-signature contract with Bitcoin locked up in it around something like who's going to win the Super Bowl, right? Something that's definitely definite, and you can get outside information from the world to what the outcome was, and even things that are more obscure than the Super Bowl. So yeah, you're definitely going to see that start to build, and we haven't really seen any what we call quote unquote layer 3 or layer 4 systems yet, but we're still early, right? The base layer has only started to get lots of adoption in the world finally, right? We're only seeing that in the last couple of years that the world is starting to accept this for what it is. And we're still seeing the layer 2s like Liquid and Lightning. They're pretty much in their infancy, right? They only came around about 2 years ago and they're still being developed out. So I think there's a lot to come. And I think you are going to see that all get built on top of Bitcoin over time. Not every idea that a stupid shitcoin has, right? And there's tons of them, but that's what the A/B testing kind of that Dennis mentioned is. Let's see what there's really demand for, what has real world practical use cases, and then we'll start to see people build that on top as well. So absolutely, and that's pretty much why you're never going to need a single one of these shitcoins. And besides the fact that most of them are vaporware and just ideas, and they haven't actually done any of the things they claim to solve.
Thanks for jumping in, CJ, on that one. Does anybody else want to add on there?
Yo, let's take a moment. Let's take a break because you guys been going ham for like hours now. So let's take a 2-minute break and let's smash by $10, $15, $5, even $1 worth of wherever you want to buy, whether it be Cash App, Kraken, Exodus, wherever you buy, swanbitcoin.com/Bitcoin Chris, and let's just take a minute if you guys don't mind the smash by.
It's about that.
Bitcoin Chris is the smash buy expert.
We're over 50 smash buy.
I've been making gains just sitting on the sofa. Clocking in a purchase every week to meet my
Hey, we're over 50.
$100 and they gave me back $50.
You guys did it.
I spent on rent.
You guys did it. Bitcoin Chris is always the smash buy expert. He always knows the right time to call for a smash buy. If you guys aren't buying, make sure you go to swanbitcoin.com. I don't work for them. I just like their product. So use whatever reference link you want. If you want to be a nice person, throw a little HRF on the end of that, and that can go, your commission will go to the Human Rights Foundation. All right, guys, let's keep moving along. We've got quite a few people who've been patient enough to wait to ask questions. Let's see who we got here next. I know we've got Henry. Henry, you've been around the block a few times. Are you just hanging out today, or did you have a question? Maybe Jennifer. Jennifer, you're a go.
Hi. My question was actually a little bit more geared towards Max.
You lost Jennifer. Not sure where she went. Okay. All right, let's keep moving along. We've got Max. Max, do you want to come back to you, or should we keep moving along? All right, Tom. Tom, go ahead.
Hey guys. So I just wanted to see if anybody had any thoughts. I'm seeing kind of this growing narrative on Twitter and podcasts that the United States may actually embrace Bitcoin as a escape valve because being the reserve currency is actually starting to become a disadvantage for the United States. So I've read basically Lynn Alden's piece, which was escaping the petrodollar, and Luke Rahman was actually on, I think, the Swan podcast recently talking about this, as well as Pierre Richard has been started to talk about this, and he got a lot of flack on Twitter. But I actually think it's a really interesting viewpoint. And the more I'm kind of digging in, the more that it's starting to make sense. It kind of was a hint of this in today's Citibank report. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read that, but I'd be really curious to see if anybody has any other thoughts or any information that, this topic is kind of hard to get good information on, obviously. But yeah, just curious to see if anybody else has started to think about this deeply.
I can start us off here with a kind of an interesting thought I was having today, which is that if the United States realizes that the financial system's changing, right, they're going to try to make strategic moves here. And let's say Bitcoin's on the table. What would be really smart would be to have all the Bitcoin, the supply, concentrated inside the U.S. borders, so that the U.S. government could sort of try to regulate it by proxy. And so that, if that's true, then that might explain why we're seeing regulations start to shift and allow banks to custody, and hiring a bunch of people that are pro Bitcoin or pro central bank digital currencies. You could also look at it. But I think it could be like a punt. It's like, let the innovation flourish in our borders. We'll figure it out in 5-10 years if it continues. I think that would be a strategically sound decision without necessarily having to believe the U.S. has capitulated already.
Yeah, we talked about this a lot earlier with Max, and it's my hope and dream that we see a world where maybe the United States will capitulate and we can adopt a Bitcoin standard. Definitely, it looks like we're already seeing that on the city level, where cities are starting to adopt it. Maybe some states will adopt it, and then hopefully the federal level. I mean, we hold 70,000 Bitcoin today on the federal level through the U.S. Marshal confiscation. Hopefully we can hold on to those, and for the sake of the United States anyways, hopefully they can hold on to them and not get rid of them through auctioning. Brandon made great points there. Does anybody else want to jump in on this?
Hey, it's Max here. Sorry for being a little MIA earlier.
All right, we'll jump to you, Max. We'll jump to you, Max. Just 1 second. Lightning, did you want to add on there something before we go to Max?
Yeah, I think you both brought up really good points. I personally feel like, and I think Max also kind of felt like this way earlier, we're not going to see like the central bank come around really and do anything to adopt it. And I really don't think we will on the federal level. But I think is what they're going to do is they're going to sit a little on the sidelines. They may continue to make some regulations around it, but it's really going to come through these U.S. companies that we're seeing starting to buy it. And I think we're going to see a lot more later this year. You're going to find a lot more announcements come out that they're holding it on their balance sheets. And these are, big companies that are in the S&P 500, right? So that means, by de facto, all people within, the United States that have investment accounts, and a lot of them have index funds that track the S&P in one way or another, are going to own Bitcoin through proxy, right? And that's going to kind of take away their ability to do any, harmful or negative regulation. And then I think they're going to let it continue to flow that way, right? And then you're going to see local governments more and more adopt it, like Miami. I think state governments will come. I mean, Wyoming has been one of the biggest pioneers, Texas a little bit too. And they're not going to have a choice anymore, right? It's going to become part of the U.S. in a big way on the lower levels of government and through our corporations. And I think it's going to continue to go that way. I think you don't see any meaningful big regulation, either in a positive or a negative direction, really come out from the federal government, but it continues to get adopted on those other levels.
Great points. Also, I think that at this point, we've already seen, someone has mentioned there's nearly 800 or 900 pages of regulation around Bitcoin. So aside from an outright ban, I'm not really sure how much more they could regulate it. Maybe some people have talked about making it not legal to self-custody, but that's going to become increasingly difficult as these large corporations get in the game and start to adopt Bitcoin, the Bitcoin standard, and a lot of them, especially guys like Michael Saylor, who promote using Bitcoin the way it was meant to be used. But yeah, let's go ahead and keep moving on. Thank you for the question, Max. You're next up in line. Tom, thank you for the question. Max, you're next. Would you like to go ahead? You waited a long time.
Thank you so much, Dennis. And it's really cool to hear Max speak earlier. I was like, man, this guy's really wired in. It's an absolute pleasure. I guess I just want to share a few thoughts I've been thinking a lot about. I've been reading about the history of the petrodollar. I don't know if you guys are sort of switched on to this concept, but in the early days of Bretton Woods, which is the agreement that everyone cut after World War II, there was a discussion about what should be the international monetary system. And there were two proposals. There's one by John Maynard Keynes of Keynesian economics, and the other one was an American representative. And Keynes was like, we need to have a supranational currency. We need to have a currency that no one single country controls, that is used for settling trade and international affairs. And then the other guy from the US said, okay, why don't we just stay with gold? But because all you guys in Europe lost all your gold in the war, and we have as US a lot of gold, why don't you all just peg your currencies to the dollar, and the dollar will peg to gold? And because the US was the biggest benefactor of World War II, and also seen as the ascendant world power, like the second proposal took hold, and that's why everyone pegged the dollar and the dollar pegged to gold. And then in the 60s, the US started printing a bit more dollars than they had the gold. And the French, who was always very suspicious of the Anglo-speaking sphere, said, I don't believe you have that many gold as dollars. Here's your dollars back. I want the gold. So they started to run on the US gold reserves. And Nixon had to basically depeg, right? First he was partially pegged and then was completely unpegged in 71, the dollar from gold. In which case, and this is kind of the joke I tell people, the US dollar became a cryptocurrency in the sense that it was not backed by anything. So everyone keeps saying like, what is Bitcoin gold backed by? But actually the dollar's, not backed by anything. It's a fiat, which means like by law or by decree, it is currency. And no one wanted to hold dollars anymore because it was not useful for redeeming gold. So what they did was they sent Kissinger to Saudi Arabia, and Kissinger cut one of the greatest business deals of all time, which he said, look, we will make you the dominant military power in the Middle East. In exchange, you get OPEC to price oil only in dollars. And not to be too conspiratorial on it, but if you look at what happened last 15 years, or actually 20 years, like Saddam Hussein wanted to sell gold for euros, and Gaddafi wanted to sell gold. Saddam Hussein wanted to sell oil for euros. Libya wanted to sell oil for gold, and Iran wanted to sell oil for RMB. And that's sort of the foreign policy outcomes that have happened. You can observe them in the history books. So the key thing for me, as we think about what the future of the world looks like, as people move towards a Bitcoin standard as opposed to a fiat standard, is actually coupled intimately with energy. And what's happening now with the sort of climate change crisis is that there is now a rethinking of the role of petrochemicals in our global economy. Like in another 100 years, they'll be totally irrelevant because we have solar. And solar is going to be way more cost-benefit analysis better and changes the entire geopolitical chess than having to import large amounts of oil. And so all these countries holding giant US dollar reserves because they're oil importing countries will no longer have that as a use case. So that's kind of the big macro picture, right?
Well, they have to go irrelevant, right? Because we're going to run out.
You mean oil?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, oil will no longer be used as a primary source of electricity or power storage. I think oil will be mostly used just for plastic generation. But just to finish the point and let you guys, continue, I think that U.S. is really interesting because it's basically a patchwork of regulation. Like every state is out to make it. Every state wants to hustle and be like its own sort of like power center, right? And that's actually what's exciting because Wyoming is just really taking the lead there and being like, you know what, like we're just gonna become the Delaware of crypto banking, like full stop. And then the mayor of Miami is like, I need to increase GDP ASAP. So he's putting on billboards in SF, trying to suck away some of the exodus there. But the rest of the U.S. is just not like getting it. I mean, there's leaders who are still denying climate change. There's leaders who are trying to, incite like white supremacist movements in order to stay in power. And for example, like those states are going to be like are going to fall into disarray. So I guess on one level, I think it's like how do we find more visionary leaders at the state level who actually can move, governors who can move agilely to create policies that actually are part of the future. And then maybe create some sort of backup fund to basically bail out the states that don't get on the innovation train. But I think the federal government has a very different set of policies, and what I just outlined for me is kind of like the read of like what this means. And it's not good news for the U.S. dollar as an international currency. Like I don't know if you guys read Ray Dalio, but he writes a lot about the long-term debt cycle, the 70-year long-term debt cycle, which marks the rise and fall of empires. And he's basically saying that we've hit the 70-year debt cycle mark, last year, this year, for the U.S. dollar. So.
Well, you had me with the first half, but the last half you kind of lost me.
The last half being
were you going to jump? Arcturus, were you going to jump in on that?
Oh,
or Brandon? Go ahead, either of you.
Sorry, I missed that.
Maybe rephrase that. Okay, so who wants to jump in? Go ahead.
I have a few thoughts on it. I mean, I do believe in the long-term debt cycle that Ray Dalio, writes about. And, one thing we can see is I don't know how we get more proactive, people in government that are going to be, Bitcoiners and see this from an energy perspective as well. But I do think that we have a couple, right, that have come up over time. And I do think we have some states that are a little bit more energy focused. And Bitcoin, as we've talked about, is something that over time will arbitrage to the cheapest and most plentiful energy sources, right? So those states that really adopt new ways of getting energy in a cheap and a clean manner, and also have proactive Bitcoin policies, are going to be places that are going to attract a lot of mining and also a lot of Bitcoin community-minded people, right? That want to be paid in Bitcoin, that want to hold Bitcoin, that want to pay their taxes in Bitcoin. And as we see those states start to receive funds in Bitcoin and hold it on their balance sheets, and we move into hyper-Bitcoinization, they're gonna, separate themselves as being real leaders in this country, right? And becoming a lot more wealthy than the other states. And you might see the federal government, to save itself, try to dip its hand into their pockets, right? The redistribution of wealth. And you might see states start to succeed and wanting to create their own currencies, right? With their own, either Bitcoin backing or just the fact that they have a ton of it on the balance sheets, right? Gold was detached from the US dollar a long time ago, right? But we still held a ton of it in our vaults, and that gives people a lot of confidence, right? So maybe it's not actually one-to-one or pegged at all to Bitcoin, but those states hold a lot of it due to their, adoption of Bitcoin and energies and the mining of it, right? And the acceptance of it for taxes. And you might see states in the future succeed, from the United States if push comes to shove and they try to do things like that. And, before we had a federal currency, we did have, state level currencies. I know that was a long time ago more towards the formation of the United States, but you could see it go back this direction as the long-term debt cycle breaks apart and this country, comes into a crisis due to it. These forward-thinking states are going to be much better positioned for the future, and not one the federal government dipping their hands into their pockets.
Lighting, I read somewhere just recently too that there's some city in the United States, one state that actually has their own currency that they're using and transacting in. It's not a crypto, it's just like paper monopoly money that they're using, but it's actually happening on a small level in this one little town somewhere. So yeah, I get what you're saying there, man. That could be beginning of something that other states and cities start, doing on their own.
So I think the only thing stopping them from really, because there is a law, I know, I'd have to go back and look at it back in my
I think it is illegal.
days. There is actually well, it's illegal for them to create their own coinage. It's illegal for them to make their own currency, but I'm not entirely sure that it's illegal for them to adopt a currency. Obviously, there would be implications, national security implications, if they were to adopt a foreign currency. But seeing something like Bitcoin is neither centrally controlled or foreign controlled, there could be room for them to adopt it, as we see already with someone like Miami has done.
Hey, I just jumped on to say that town is in the state of Washington, that they did the wood coin currency.
That's it, yeah.
May I ask something?
We do have a little bit of a line going. I'm not sure who jumped in just now, but let me double check where we're at with the line. I know that we had Tom last.
Can I just say?
Go ahead, Max. You're
One quick comment, and then I'll sort of like do. So my thought is, I've been reading a lot about the Koch brothers, Charles and David Koch. They have been very successful at financing, House and Senate races, and arguably they own like half of the U.S. political landscape now. So to reference the earlier conversation, what I'm interested in doing, and invite to all of you guys to be part of it, is actually to create an election fund pool that's going to be specifically targeted to funding the rise of politicians who understand what crypto means. And each Senate race, in terms of historical analysis, costs about $3 to $4 million to run. House races are a bit cheaper, like 1.5 to 2 mil. So with the amount of wealth we have in the crypto world, there's no reason why we can't create a crypto super PAC. And the best part is here's my idea.
Don't say the C word so much, please.
Yes, as long as you call it a Bitcoin super PAC, I think you get a lot more people to agree with you on the stage.
Sure. But the
Not
final thing is,
go ahead.
You could put it into some sort of yield instrument, so you don't even monetize the Bitcoin. You just take, we raise $100 million into super PAC, and we take 5% yield. That's $5 million. We could buy one Senate race every year, or two, depending on how you use it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to happen as you go into hyper Bitcoinization. The Bitcoiners are going to control a lot of the wealth, right? And politicians are just pandering dogs to whoever has the wealth, right? Like the Koch brothers, as you mentioned. Well, one of them's passed away now about a year ago. But yeah, they did buy tons of races across this country to influence the politics that they wanted to see. So as hyper Bitcoinization comes about and the price of Bitcoin continues to rise, Bitcoiners will absolutely control a lot more of the political scene. There's no doubt in my mind.
I think it's very interesting that the political scene in this country has definitely been manipulated to benefit the wealthiest people in this country, the powerful and the wealthy, and it's going to be swiftly taken out of their hands when the current system collapses and the Bitcoiners are the only ones really holding any sort of wealth at all. It's going to be fascinating to watch Bitcoiners completely reshape the political landscape in this country. I think it's a really great idea. Would love to talk more about it. I'm a politically minded kind of person. I quit politics because it sucks like really bad in the last like 4, 5, 6 years. I used to love it, and it's kind of gotten so toxic I can't enjoy it anymore. That's why I've gone all in on Bitcoin. But I love the idea, Max, and I think you'll definitely see stuff like that in the future. You mind if I move on, or do you want to make a last comment?
No, that's it, man. Thank you so much for the room. Let's keep going.
Hit me up on Instagram anytime, dude. I see you already doing that. All right, let's keep moving along. Tom already asked a question. Bitcoin Sapiens usually just hanging out. I'm just to check though. Do you have a question, or should I move on to Peter?
Hanging out.
Hanging out. Thank you for hanging out,
One quick
Peter.
thing, Dennis. Dennis, could I pause for a sec? Anybody in the room? Dennis is absolutely crushing this moderation. If you're not already following, go up to Dennis. He's in the upper left. Click his profile. Click follow. Thank you, Dennis. You're doing a great job.
Dennis is awesome.
Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it a lot.
Bullish on Dennis.
Big time.
I appreciate
I'd
that.
hodl Dennis for sure.
Well, there's only one of me, so I'm pretty rare. It's scarce, actually. And once I die, there will never be another one. So get in while you can. Get in early while you can. Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate the shout out. It means a lot to me. I look up to the Swan team a lot, and I'm glad I could be up here on stage on the Cafe Bitcoin Club. If you guys aren't following Cafe Bitcoin, make sure you do. Top left corner, click on the little house, follow it. You can be a part of these conversations well into the future. All right, enough shilling myself. Thank you for letting me show myself. Let's go on to Peter and then V. Peter, you got a question?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I don't know if anybody here is a follower of Michael Burry and his recent comments on Bitcoin, but wanted to ask the group here what, I guess if someone could break it down, what it means in terms of the leverage required in the run-up for Bitcoin to be successful, and what that means.
Sorry, the what? The leverage?
Yeah, let me just the quote here is, if you do not know how much leverage is involved in the run-up, you may not know enough to own it. Quoting Bitcoin.
Quoting who?
Michael Burry.
He's the guy who called the 08-09 housing crisis. He was featured in the movie. I think what the point he's trying to make is that there's a lot of hidden leverage in the system propping the price up. And whenever that leverage unwinds, we're going to see cascading prices downward. I don't know exactly the trade he's talking about, but I would love to hear a conversation on that if anyone does have insight.
Yeah, is he talking about that in relation to Bitcoin or just as the asset, the whole market in general? I'm confused by what you said.
He called Bitcoin out specifically. And my guess is it has to do with the grayscale trade, which essentially people take on debt, buy Bitcoin, move it to grayscale, hold it there for 6 months, and then they can move it out. And they essentially can do this twice a year, and they just arb the spread, the premium essentially on GBTC over spot.
If I had to guess, Michael Berry owns Bitcoin. If you look at what he's written recently, he might not be like a crazy bull, but I think he owns Bitcoin.
I mean, Max was talking about it earlier, right? He's the one calling for, hyperinflation, like they saw in the Weimar Republic, right? So, I mean, he has to understand, the value prop Bitcoin has. If he's talking about actual leverage in Bitcoin, well, even highly leveraged trades work while the momentum is up, right? So we might see a big correction down, but I think everyone's used to that in Bitcoin. But people continuing to lever up is only going to cause Bitcoin to skyrocket even more. But he could be talking about the rest of the economy and why Bitcoin's a good trade. I mean, that wording is very suspect to me, because our whole financial system is very levered up, and when that comes collapsing down, it probably will affect Bitcoin also in the short run, but long run, I think it's actually, good for Bitcoin as we go into hyperinflation, as he's very clearly stated he believes we are going to be headed into.
Yeah, I think Barry's big concern with Bitcoin was like governments getting in the way or not allowing it. But I feel like that just means he hasn't really played out the game theory and incentives, at least the way a lot of us see it.
All right, Peter, great question. Did he disappear? I'm going to keep moving, though, make sure that more of these people that come up on stage get a chance to answer the question. Also, if you are in the queue, please, I appreciate you being patient. We've got some people to work through here on stage, but I promise we will get to you. The queue's got quite a few people in it, so thank you for your patience. I'm just going to keep moving through here so we can get to you, though. We've got VR or VRB, and then Bitcoin Bernoulli. VR, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, what do we make of the New York Attorney General, making statements against crypto, and what specifically, how does that impact Bitcoin going forward? Considering that everybody's saying, all the banks are coming out and saying that, it's safe to hold Bitcoin, or it's, JP Morgan said you can go up to 1%. How does, this statement affect the market, not the market, just Bitcoin going forward? The statement by the New York Attorney General. And what do we make of it?
Well, they've been notorious for over-regulation in New York State. And my view is they're just going to fall behind other states that embrace it ahead of them, like Miami, places like that. So it's not going to really hurt Bitcoin. It's just going to hurt them more than anything, the state of New York.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thanks, VVR. Bitcoin with the little fishy, the little goldfish. What's up? You got a question?
Yes. Yeah, thanks for having me. So I do some pretty in-depth macro Bitcoin price cycle analysis, and I look at a lot of on-chain data also. And I think it's fairly clear, the supply cut that happens with the halvings. The supply is getting extremely low, and with the institutional buying we have, Grayscale is a great example, etc. The supply of actual private key held Bitcoin by individuals is it's becoming extremely difficult. And I've been kind of exploring the concept that I think we could see in the future. You have these institutions like Robinhood buying or selling essentially paper Bitcoin. And I was curious if it makes any sense to any of you that we could actually end up seeing a premium at some point on real private key Bitcoin. Hopefully that made sense.
Are you talking
Yeah,
like from peer to peer?
I mean, today we have a premium on KYC Bitcoin, and for a good reason. As for Bitcoin that people hold in their own addresses versus, Bitcoin on Robinhood, I mean, I don't know about a premium as much as those companies go insolvent, right? Because if they're selling paper Bitcoin that they don't actually have backed with actual, real Bitcoins in an account in a wallet somewhere, which they very well may be. You don't know what PayPal and Robinhood are doing. They're essentially in a short position versus Bitcoin, right? So if they don't have those Bitcoins back, right, they're running a fractional reserve Bitcoin system. And then if Bitcoin in the next, month, right, just goes completely ham up to $250,000 a coin or even higher, right, they're now caught in a short position versus Bitcoin, and they now need to buy Bitcoins at a much higher price to cover. Now they may be able to continue to run this fractional reserve system or Ponzi scheme, even if you will, by hoping people are putting more money in than they're cashing out, right? And they can continue to do this. But on their books, I mean, they're going to be in trouble. And especially if lots of people go to withdraw their Bitcoin or even sell their Bitcoin, right? Because now they got to give them a dollar value back that's much higher. And they're not going to have enough Bitcoin to liquidate on their end and start to hit cash on their own books. So I don't know about a premium. I don't think we'll ever see like a premium in Bitcoin held in actual people's wallets versus these crappy exchanges. But you'll see those exchanges go insolvent if they're pulling this shit because they're short Bitcoin, and that's going to be a problem.
Holding Bitcoin and holding your own keys is the premium.
Yes, preach.
I think it's possible to see a premium, similar to how you see. I don't mean like numismatic value, but similar to how you see premiums on silver. If you were to go buy silver, physical silver, and so on and so forth, and for those same reasons, like you're talking about via the exchanges and how those. Anyway, so not numismatic value on that. I just mean if you were to literally go buy rounds of silver, and so yeah, I think that since you're in control of that people will be able to ask whatever they want if we were to get into those situations. But I mean, I think that's. I don't know, maybe not worth thinking about too much really then.
Sure, right, yeah, and I probably should have used that. That was a great analogy. Makes perfect sense for the silver premium.
Anyone else want to jump in on there? Anything to add? Otherwise, I'm going to keep moving on. Bitcoin Bernoulli, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. We'll go with Bitcoin Goldfish. Let's keep. Yeah, thanks for coming up and asking your question. We've got JC, we've got Gustavo, and we've got Vasi. JC, what's up? You got a question?
No, I'm just here to hang out and help. I know Brett. And yeah.
Good to see you, JC. Maybe it's just a new photo, maybe that's why I don't recognize you as much, but good to see you hanging out here with us today. Please feel free to add value at any time you want. Gustavo, we've got Gustavo, and we've got Vasi. Gustavo, you got a question?
Yeah, well, thanks for this Clubhouse room. Is always very interesting to hear you guys talking. So what I wanted, I have a kind of more like fun question. I want to just give a little background to it. So concerning this hyper Bitcoinization thing, I've been back and forth for it since like 2016, 17. But really in 2020, it was very clear to me that hyper Bitcoinization is happening and it's kind of inevitable, particularly when I understood, when I was looking at the US dollar, at the geopolitical situation, at the fourth turning theory, and, writings from either long-term debt cycle or other type of macro writings. So my question is really, what are you guys' thoughts on what post-hyper Bitcoinization looks like, since in my mind, hyper Bitcoinization is already settled, or maybe like projects you guys have for how you're gonna, what you're gonna do in post hyper Bitcoinization, space.
Buy more Bitcoin.
Come on, you guys don't have any answers for what you're going to do when we take over the world? I'm going to probably be buying anything I can, man. I'll probably buy land, buy politicians.
Build our citadels.
Build the citadel. Build the future.
Go to Mars.
Come on, I know you guys got some better answers than me.
We're going to
sure.
Mars, Dennis.
I plan to
going
build
to Mars.
Yeah. I think Mars is definitely going to be a destination. I also plan to build a space elevator and then have a lunar colony where, I can just do whatever I want. A space citadel.
There we go. I mean, dude, I think it's going to be a completely different world. It's going to be, I think people have akin it to the fifth industrial revolution, maybe, that we'll be having. I think the world's going to look way different on the other side. It's going to be like when we invented fire. It's going to be like when we invented the wheel. It's just going to completely revolutionize the entire world, in my opinion. I think Bitcoin is the greatest invention in human history. Fight me on it. But I think the world is going to be so different on this side. I don't really know if we can even imagine what it's going to be like on the other side. But I love to think about it. Love to daydream a little bit.
Yeah, I love to think about it as well. This is what I'm focusing now. Now that hyper Bitcoinization is clear, where am I going to live? Where I'm going to have houses, multiple spots, which projects to fund? More long-term vision. How we say different perception of time value, and I think that's going to really change the world and change the perspective on everything. All right, cool to know you guys have a similar mind.
We are right there with you, Gustavo. Go ahead, Lightning.
The thing with a deflationary, asset like Bitcoin, is we're going to be thinking, not that we don't already. I mean, I think I've always been this type of person, and that's, why I've always been, more conservative in my spending, but I was conservative in my spending back in the day with fiat dollars that were just losing money. So I'm not spending money and I'm fucking losing it anyway, right? Excuse my language. So now with having lots of wealth in Bitcoin, right? You want to be really careful spending that, knowing, what's ahead of us. I agree the wheels are in motion for hyper Bitcoinization, but we still got a long way to go in terms of the value and the price of this asset, right? So you really want to be careful on spending it right now. I might spend a little here and there to support, some developers or the community a little bit, but I'll probably just go and replace it right after. So I'm really just spending my fiat, if you will. So I think that in the future, we still need to be really careful with what we're spending, because it is a really deflationary asset and it's going to be harder and harder to get. And I do think at some point we do need to treat ourselves and also take over the world, right? Take over all the land, take over all the politicians, build our elevator to space, build that colony, as he was saying. But I think that we still need to be very careful in our decisions of what we, spend on and not just, waste the newfound wealth and transfer it to somebody else, transfer to the producer of these flashy goods, because that could happen rapidly if we're not careful. So I think it's important to always be hodlers first, and then spenders somewhere down the line.
Yo, Lightning, I just want to riff on that a little bit. I think it's actually such a powerful idea because, if you think about it, we've actually been living in a ad-driven consumerist economy for such a long time, where basically you're taught that in order to be happy, you need to go out and buy a bunch of shit, right? Shopping therapy, buying things you don't need so you can produce a lot of landfill trash and leave the earth worse for your kids. But I think what you're saying is, and I think it's super powerful, we actually are able to, through the existence of Bitcoin, the corollary effect is that people become more conscious of how they spend money. And it turns out that actually to live as a person, you don't actually need that much money. So if we actually have people be very Bitcoin hungry or Bitcoin long and real world goods short, that we actually can also curb the excess consumerism just from people not wanting to spend their Bitcoin to buy stupid shit they don't need. And I think that's actually a super powerful effect.
Yeah, and that just builds into this whole bullshit narrative of Bitcoin waste energy. Well, what about all the energy we save when people stop, just buying shit. We don't need to just produce, you know, endless worthless crap and all the plastic and shit that it's wrapped in, right? And, you know, the energy it takes to fill these landfills and then try to do something to empty them in the future, and, you know, ship garbage all over the world, or, you know, boat it out into the middle of the oceans and dump it. And what about the environmental impact that has? You know, you see a reduction in consumerism due to the shift in thinking. And I'm not saying we're not going to have stuff anymore, right? I'm not going to say I don't buy anything, right? I definitely treat myself to some stuff, but I've never bought into this whole, you know, consumerism thing in the first place, and just spending for the sake of spending, you know? So I think, you know, Bitcoin long term can have even positive environmental effects, right? You know, so people want to bash it on the energy front. What is it going to save in the future when it can shift, you know, the mindset of people in this fashion that we're talking about? So yeah, it's a real powerful thought.
Just really quickly, and I have to pace up, so thank you, Dennis and Lightning and Amanda and all these other wonderful chats. But I've actually been working on a carbon neutral Bitcoin. And so we're going to launch that probably at the end of this month, and hopefully get Bill Gates to see it through Breakthrough Energy. And that way we can just squash this argument that Bitcoin's terrible for the environment. So stay tuned for that.
Is that, Max, is that some sort of article or your website you're launching? What do you mean by, what did you mean by that?
No, I mean, we're going to do the whole thing. So we have, you know, we have the economic advisor of Ban Ki-moon as
Are you making an altcoin?
Side. We have the
Are you making a shitcoin?
You know, no, we're going to do carbon neutral Bitcoin. I mean, it's going to be Bitcoin.
Because it sounds like you're making
mine.
No, so the way it works, okay, let me break down in 2 minutes for you. 2 minutes. Okay, the first thing is we're going to register all the miners. So people who actually use hydro and any renewable source of mining for Bitcoin can whitelist themselves into a server IP address list, right? And then we'll send people to verify to make sure you actually are using hydro instead of like coal. So any Bitcoin produced by these IP addresses through the block rewards are basically going to be tagged as basically neutral Bitcoin. And then for all the coal-fired Bitcoin that's produced, what we're going to do is actually buy carbon credits on the carbon market and actually use that to neutralize those Bitcoin, and then create wrap Bitcoin that actually has the timestamp of the carbon cancellation. And then we'll
that
offer
is
them
very interesting.
OTC desks. Yeah.
That is a very interesting approach. I hope it will bring, you know, bring a destruction to this already, you know, crap narrative that they try to make.
Yeah, it's a terrible narrative.
Bitcoin already
first
has.
thing I'm doing in 24 hours, I'll send it to you, Dennis, on Instagram. You can check it out and send it to your group.
Yeah,
it's going to be an arsenic. It's going to be a
It has to be
comparison.
It has to be economically viable. If it's not, you're wasting your time. Because
No,
no one
we did the math. It worked out. But basically, we're going to have a side-by-side comparison of arsenic.
You have to burn the cheapest energy there is, because otherwise you will lose to other people who are more profitable.
I think the premise is just you're trying to essentially make the argument less strong. But in my personal opinion, I think that what Bitcoin Tina is getting at is that the market will do that naturally on its own. But we're always happy to have people trying to support and move forward a more positive narrative for Bitcoin. Max, definitely hit me up on Instagram. I mean, we've already chatted back and forth a little bit on Instagram about some other stuff.
Yeah.
So
but thank you guys so much. It's a pleasure to meet you guys, and keep doing this. I'll be back later. Thank you guys. Peace.
Good to have you up on stage. Good to talk to you. Let's keep moving down the line. Bitcoin Tina, thank you for joining us. I appreciate always having your fire on stage. Also, we've had some John jump up here with as well. And thank you to all the other Jeet came up. Good to see you, Jeet. We've had a bunch of other moderators that have been up here all day, spending all day hanging out. So just give them a follow if you like what they say. That way you can track them down in the future and keep hearing them talk. All right, let's keep moving along. We've got, I wanted to say there's a couple people in the queue. By the way, I've tried to invite you up on stage a couple times, Andrew and Ahmed. It's not working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to reopen it, and hopefully that will work. If you haven't raised your hand yet, you want to ask a question, you should do so now because the queue is very, very short. And I'm going to just keep working down the line though that we have so far. Last was Gustavo, and then we did we're doing Vazzy now, and after Vazzy it'll be Julius. Vazzy, go ahead.
Hi Dennis, thank you so much. You're doing great work there. Just a quick question, guys. When it comes to solo mining, can someone explain to me the process like in a very simple way?
Did I hear
Are you asking
solar
how mining works?
Mining? Did he say solar mining?
Yes, solo mining instead of mining in a pool.
Oh, solo mining. That's a horrible idea. Yeah. Unless you have, I mean, a few percentile, maybe 3 to 5% of the hash rate, it's really economically just it's not gonna work out for you. If you solo mine, you're basically
just out of curiosity.
Yeah, for solo mining, it's you're completely by yourself. The amount of hash power that you'd have to accumulate in order to actually win one of the block rewards is pretty staggering at this point. So I highly recommend. Yeah, I highly recommend you do pool mining. Go ahead. Did we answer your question, Vazzy?
In summary, it doesn't work, right? You're just going to burn electricity, spend money on ASICs, or even worse, GPUs, which will do even less, and you'll never find a block. So it's like getting a lottery ticket. You're not going to have enough of the hash power. Nobody's going to control 5% of the hash power solo. So
I get
you might as well go buy lottery tickets.
I'm just asking, how does it work in theory? I know it's not like cost effective.
Same way it does with the pool, except instead of pooling all the resources together, and then when a block is found, splitting it based on how much hash power you've contributed to the pool, you're just mining yourself, and you have the hash power that your rigs produce, with whatever equipment you're using and electricity you're using. And then if you do happen to win a lottery ticket, you get to keep the entire 6.25 block reward if it's in this epoch, or it might be the next one of next 4 years, and the fees that are inside, and then that will go to the address that you put in, and you now get to keep that Bitcoin.
So when you set up the miner, instead of like putting the pool's address, then how does it work with doing it like solo?
Yeah, you just have to look at the mining software that you're using, the program that you're running, and you can put in your own address, and it will submit that in the transaction that it sends for the Coinbase to be sent to you in your own personal address that you control the private keys to. That's all.
Any miner software in particular?
Can I ask why you want to do this?
Just out of curiosity. I just want to try out.
Search it on the internet, you'll find something.
Hey, Lightning, thanks for jumping in on that. You provided a little bit of a better technical answer than I could have hoped to. T. Bain, did you want to throw anything in there, or should I just keep moving along? All right, let's keep moving along. Thanks for coming up. Let's go on. Oh, this is Pete. Pete, you probably don't have a question. You're just hanging out. But also, let's jump down to Julius, and Nako is always hanging out. Good to see you, Nako. But Julius, go ahead.
Hi, I'm actually from Malaysia. Okay. I actually got into Bitcoin year 2016. It was a very early stage. But before I move on, I just want to thank you, ClubHouse, and thank you, Cafe Bitcoin, and thank you, Dennis, and all the moderators. And of course, finally, I have to thank Bitcoin is because actually during that period, I was in a very bad financial crisis, and Bitcoin came along, and I sort of understanding it, and then after that, I somehow find my way to get small bites of Bitcoin. There was one person who actually waked me up by saying that owning one Bitcoin will be getting harder and harder. And that time, Bitcoin was around $700 US, and I cannot even afford that $700. But I did own bit by bit. And when 2017 Bitcoin went very high, actually, really, I got to thank Bitcoin is because the rise actually helps me to have a buffer where I can actually have money to even attend my daughter's graduation. Okay, so holding Bitcoin is a very I think important treasure. As our conversation earlier just now was just saying that some of us willing to take Bitcoin and spend it out, which I don't think so. So I'm alluding to the questions is that at one time I spent some Bitcoin out in order to survive, and today I find ways to actually earn from USD. And then after that, I buy Bitcoin. For example, I actually enter into some Forex trade where some professionals will trade for me. And whenever I earn the US dollar between 7 to 9%, I actually use that to buy Bitcoin today. And alluding to my question is just regarding BlockFi. Is BlockFi a wallet, a hot wallet? Because I know that I have not kept my Bitcoin at cold wallet before. Because if I keep it at cold wallet, I may not earn the interest where BlockFi gives. So is a BlockFi a wallet, a cold wallet, or is just a decentralized finance that actually doesn't give me my private key?
Assalamualaikum, Julius. I can take this.
Yeah, thank you.
If you're Malaysian, please do not declare you have any cryptocurrencies, even Bitcoin. You might end up in jail under Malaysia law. I'm a Singaporean, so I know.
Okay. Okay, sorry, that has changed already. Actually, today, Malaysia has already, under the Security Commission, has issued 3 cryptocurrency trading platforms, which is Luno and a few others. Under Security Commission, they already has approved. I actually have a Luno exchange wallet in Malaysia. Just in case for everybody to know, 1 Bitcoin in Malaysia now costs probably around 250,000 ringgit. Indirectly can buy 1 BMW in Malaysia. Okay, so Malaysia cryptocurrency, especially Bitcoin, I would say that is permissible.
Okay, sorry, just give me 60 seconds. I'll just wrap it up.
Sure. Okay.
I don't want to bother anyone else because people are they're waiting for the queue.
Sure.
So in the old ways of saying not your keys, not your coins. So wherever you put your Bitcoin to someone else, the Bitcoin doesn't really belong to you. We always have a traditional advice to get you to get a hardware wallet. Hope this helps. But if you want to take risks to give to Celsius, BlockFi, or whatever, it's your own risk. Do your own diligence. And we're not a financial advisor. But I just did a withdrawal from BlockFi, and it's not instant. And they will ask you a lot of KYC. The user experience will be sucks, and you probably have to wait about 3 to 4 days to get a withdrawal. That's all I can say. I just did a withdrawal of Ethereum on BlockFi. I put on 30 days, and I tried to did a withdrawal. I put it about 60 days. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Just do your own diligence before you give the Bitcoin to someone else.
Okay, noted.
Yeah, I mean, we get this question a lot. A lot of people are really interested in putting their Bitcoin on one of these services, but I just highly recommend that you really take a look at the risks, and if you do ever plan on using them, that you just use very, very small amounts of Bitcoin, especially because even a very small amount of Bitcoin could be worth quite a bit in the future. And we already recommend that people don't leave their Bitcoin on exchanges, but if you're leaving it on a service like BlockFi, they also rehypothecate your Bitcoin, so there's even more risks involved. On my Instagram, there's or on my Twitter, there's a link, and in the link there is another link to an article that talks about BlockFi's risks. It's a balanced article, so there's some positives there as well as to what the service offers, but it really breaks down, and it's a 2-hour read. It's a 1 to 2 hour read. So if you really want to dive deep on the risks involved with putting your Bitcoin to work for you on BlockFi, you're going to want to read that article.
Okay, thank you very much.
Definitely, Julius. Thanks for coming up. Nako, good to see you. I'm sure you're probably just hanging out and trying to help out whenever possible.
Yeah, just hanging out and enjoying. Thank you.
Great. Always good to see you. Nako is a recruiter in the space. So if you're ever looking to work in the Bitcoin space or crypto space, I hate to say the C word, but there's a lot of companies out there trying to hire. So you should definitely hit her up if you wanted to work in this industry. We've got Sad, and then we've got Matt. Sad, did you have a question?
I just wanted to comment on something. I want to point out like a few things I always had in my mind, because it seems like a lot of Bitcoin traders have put the Bitcoin against the US dollar or the Federal Reserve, which is to me it seems odd because I don't think the Federal Reserve or the U.S. government cares what private entities trade. You could buy a painting for $100 million or $300 million, and nobody's gonna stop you from buying it and trading it. There's a lot of wealth exchanged through paintings and arts and things like that. So having Bitcoin, putting Bitcoin against the dollar is not, I don't think it's a good way of putting it. Number one. Number two is the same as gold, so that's why the United States and other countries stopped using gold as standard. To me, it seems to me from my perspective, and I traded with Bitcoin, and it seems to me like Bitcoin is more like it's similar to other things, commodities people buy and sell every day, but to have it hedged against the U.S. dollar, I don't understand. I don't know if a lot of you all know about Warren Musler or Stephanie Colton or modern monetary theory, and how they explain how governments actually use money to initiate government functions. And I don't think, like, at the end of the day, when the U.S. government wants to provision itself, they're gonna request it. They're gonna first of all demand the tax, and they're gonna provision their budget in the U.S. dollars. So whatever gains you're gonna have in Bitcoin is gonna be, at the end of the day, it's gonna be paid back to the U.S. government in U.S. dollars once they collect their taxes. So yes, the United States has a lot of budget deficits, but clearly budget deficits does not matter. Anybody should read the book called The Myth of Deficits from 70.
Saad, what are you trying to say? You're spouting a lot of gibberish. What are you trying to actually say, Saad?
Okay, well, okay.
I've listened to you. I've listened to you. You haven't said one thing that actually makes any sense yet. So do you actually have a point in this? Tell me what your point is.
Okay, it's just like...
It's gibberish so far. Try to get to the point.
Yeah, to me, it's like Bitcoin price fluctuations is like paintings and art and gold and silver. It has nothing to do with the US dollar.
Hey, Saad, don't buy me. It's not for you. It's not for you. Don't buy me. Short it.
Don't attack me.
Don't buy it. Go listen to Mosler. Go buy their books and read their shit.
There's another way
to discuss. It's definitely not for you. No. I don't even know why you're here. It's absolutely not for you. You should have fun staying poor.
Saad, did you want to make one last comment or try to maybe rephrase the question that you have and make a final point, please?
My point is that we should always look at this as not a dollar versus Bitcoin, or federal
Saad,
or government.
Saad, this is gibberish. Get off the stage. Get off my stage. Get off my stage, Saad. You're spouting nonsense. Get off my fucking stage. Get the fuck off my stage. Nobody's saying this stupid bullshit in my room. Get the fuck off my stage. It's my fucking stage. You're getting off my fucking stage. Get it off now. I'm gonna push you into the audience, Saad. I can't stand the bullshit you're talking about. You're in the audience, Saad. You're not welcome. When you finally learn a thing or two, you can come back up here and ask a normal question. If you want to swallow that bullshit, go somewhere else.
Wow, shit.
All right, guys.
My follow-up question better be good.
You better be good, because if you're gonna spout that gibberish, I'm gonna throw you off the stage too. Next.
No,
What's your question, Matt?
I'm gonna impress you. Don't worry about that. So a couple of things. Right. So first thing is, I was reading through the Citi report, and it mentioned in there about 36% of small and medium-sized companies in the US currently accept Bitcoin. So I just wanted to ask how accurate that was, and also the fact that I was reading on there that Microsoft themselves accept Bitcoin for online digital services. So that seems to contradict the disparaging remarks that Bill Gates had made.
Nobody really gives a damn what Bill Gates has to say. Anybody who listens to Bill Gates about this should have his head examined. Bill's the richest man in the world, or the second richest, or the third richest, and he doesn't give a damn whether or not you make money or not. So you shouldn't care about what he thinks. I don't care what Bill Gates thinks. You shouldn't either. He doesn't care if you make money or not.
I don't care. It just seems to contradict the fact that his company's accepting.
It doesn't matter.
Bitcoin.
He doesn't care. He's going to say whatever the hell he wants to say. He's off doing his own thing. He doesn't give a flying fuck. It doesn't matter what he says. He can say whatever the hell he wants. Don't listen to him.
Okay. So my second point, which is more enlightening, is that I actually am a researcher myself, and I've been doing, just as a hobby on the side, a bit of the research regarding the origins of Bitcoin. And I've added something to my bio, which is quite interesting, a quote, which I wanted to read. So I would change the economic organization of America so that true equality of opportunity would obtain, and service instead of profits would be the ideal and the ambition animating every citizen. Jack
Profits
London.
are important. Profits are the mother's milk of innovation. Profits are necessary in capitalist system. Are you a socialist or a communist? Or do I have to throw you off the stage too?
No.
I hate freaking communists. They're a bunch of morons. Price is the most important thing in an economy. Price is necessary for the allocation of resources. The Soviet Union probably failed because they did not have adequate price discovery. They actually had to take price discovery from the rest of the world, typically from the West. In order to this, Chinese had to do the same thing. So, you think you can have successful economies without price discovery? The worst thing that we have going in the West right now is the fact that the goddamn Federal Reserve suppresses prices. Prices are critical to a well-run economy. Resource allocation cannot happen without price. And the best money, which is Bitcoin, is going to give us the best pricing in an economy and the best allocation of resources for production of goods and services. That's how it actually works.
But in terms of the equality of opportunity for every American citizen, as in
Bitcoin's not about equality of opportunity. Go into politics, Matt. Bitcoin is about having the best money, and I think you'll have competition ultimately, and competition will bring about equality of opportunity. The thing is, we don't have competition because big organizations, big companies try to regulate competition out, and that's really a problem. Bitcoin is incredibly competitive by its nature. No business is more competitive than the mining business. Competition is the key to success for consumers. It's not so good for producers, but consumers benefit by it a lot, and it creates much better, stronger economies. I think your head's filled with a lot of nonsense. Just at the end of the day, if we replace the money with the best money in the world, a lot of good things are going to come from that.
Matt,
Okay.
anything to say back to Tina? Just be prepared,
Definitely.
guys. You come up here. You come up with on stage when Tina's in fire mode. You're going to get the
No,
fire.
I definitely
So just
do.
make sure
I definitely do. I've spent the last 6 months researching origins of Bitcoin, and obviously, looking in retrospectively, yeah, I totally agree. I'm actually a Bitcoin hodler myself, completely 100% in Bitcoin. But I'm just thinking about the ideology of those who founded Bitcoin. That quotation I gave you, by the way, is from Jack London, born in San Francisco, and he was part of the gold rush in the Yukon during that time. And I was reading through all the Cyberpunks posts, and that quote came up a couple of times prior to 2008. And I'm just throwing this out to you. Jack London was born on the 12th of January, okay? And the first transaction ever made on Bitcoin blockchain was on the 12th of January 2009. So I'm just throwing that out to you. I put that in my bio, but I'm doing quite a bit of research, and I'll be putting it on a blog in a couple of weeks' time. But there you go.
Is anybody else holding their head after this? Because I'm holding my head.
Hang on, Matt. Are you trying to say that Jack London is Satoshi?
Who's that? Is it D++?
No, it's Shelley. I
Can
was
you-
just teasing because you were in the room last time. I remember you wouldn't tell us your theory.
This is what people get wrong all the time, and what Roger Ver gets wrong, and all these people. It doesn't matter what Satoshi thought. What matters is what's going on now anyways. None of it matters what anyone thought. This is a consensus-driven network. All that
I
matters.
completely agree with you, Neil.
What? Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You cut out on my thing, so I thought you had stopped speaking. But I was going to say I completely agree with you that Bitcoin is what we make it today. It doesn't really matter what the intentions were because the users are the ones in control now. Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you. It sounded like
No,
you
it's all
stopped
good.
speaking
No, it's
when your
all
mic
good.
cut out.
No, it's all good. Phil, you got something?
Yeah, I think Dorjiji says it best that Bitcoin's a mirror. It does what you need it to do at the time that you need it.
Oof, that's a good one.
Matt, do you feel like you got your questions answered? I don't think that you could take much more heat from Tina.
I'll just add one more thing.
I kind of enjoyed it. No, it's not an issue. Not heat at all. I mean, this debate is very, very interesting. I like to say, I am a holder of Bitcoin. I'm a holder of Bitcoin. I'm very happy to be wealthy from it in future. I'm just a bit of interested in the origins and I'm a researcher by trade. So,
have you read Digital Gold or even Bitcoin Billionaires or any
Well,
of the
I have read
cypherpunk
I
mailing
have read all of
lists?
those materials and this Bitcoin Standard and most of the texts that are out there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, good man.
Anyway, I will surprise you. I will surprise Bitcoin Tina. How about that? I'll throw that out there 2 weeks from now. Okay.
Also, check out The Use of Knowledge in Society by F.A. Hayek. I think it will be a good companion to you in just exploring more about the importance of prices in central planning.
All right, Matt, we look forward to your 2-week reveal. Let's keep moving along, though. We've got Rebecca, but Rebecca, you usually just helping out. But Rebecca, did you have a question? And then we have Connor.
Yeah, I've got a quick question. So ever since I kind of stopped trading and moved towards the HODL end of the spectrum, it occurred to me that paying attention to politics and like to the two parties has really become very irrelevant to me. And as I learned more and more. And so I was just curious if anybody has any opinions. Maybe you've experienced the same shift yourselves, and anybody has any opinions on like what this momentous change will do to two-party politics in America. If anybody just has any.
Yes, 100% I was a libertarian before. I still am, but libertarians are, someone said it last night, I think, but libertarians are basically LARPing and are just bathing in this like masochism if they're not Bitcoiners, because Bitcoin is the tool that gets that job done by separating money from state. And maybe it's not like complete libertarianism that evolves from this, but if you read The Sovereign Individual, there's going to be jurisdictional arbitrage between nation states. They're going to have to compete for people to live there and just be less tyrannical. And it all stems from like true free markets and economics, true human action, people making rational decisions and not being lied to because the price mechanism isn't broken. And that's what a true sound money does. And so
Phil, are you
localism.
saying like Republicans and Democrats, like the parties collapse?
Yeah,
like what does that mean functionally?
Okay.
What happens to the electoral college? Like what happens?
Parties won't collapse.
I think you're asking questions that are hard to answer,
it's
but
going to fracture a bit,
I would agree.
And then the people in the political system will probably lose most of their jobs, but like at the local level, you're still going to have some sort of governance. And I think you're just going to see what people say, like balkanization, like, 1,000 different countries or 50 different countries instead of 50 states in one country.
Becca,
localism.
Politics is a distraction while they pick our pockets, basically.
Yes.
I think you're right, basically.
Bitcoin. I have a question.
They pick our pockets through inflationary monetary policies, which is basically a form of theft, and they distract us with politics. It's just a distraction. It's a shiny object. The way a magician misdirects you while he fools you over here. You're basically exactly right.
So that makes it seem like then the death throes will be trying to continue to polarize more and more to try to, flip that margin of error back and forth between the two parties. So it seems like before the big collapse, there's a big run up.
I don't know about a collapse. I think things don't quite work that way. I have faith in America. I have faith that at the end of the day, as people come to understand Bitcoin, I think Bitcoin is fundamentally the most American thing. And I think there's a lot more commonality than we believe by listening to our politics. I think I think there's a lot of underlying commonality, and I think the point of the politics is to distract us and cause us to not focus on how the nature of the underlying theft, which is through the monetary system, through
Tina,
inflation.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I know you kicked me out earlier, but I want to respectfully discuss that subject with you without taking any side. I personally don't care one way or another which way it goes. You have to understand that.
I care which way it goes. I care about freedom. I care about freedom. I care about liberty. I care about the Constitution, and I care about the fact. And I care about the fact. I care about the fact that we're being stolen from. I care about those things.
Hold on. I am not telling you this from my own opinions. To be honest with you, I have been following this for years too, just as many people did over here. And my point is really, it's not about Bitcoin itself. It's about, let's say, if you live in any government, any nation, let's say you live in China, you live in Rome 1,000 years ago, or any nation states that has a government, they always have measurements like kilograms, miles, days, minutes, hours. It's I don't care what you, but they have measurement of everything. Hold on, measurement of work. I'm trying to get to the point. Measurement of work.
I wish you would get to the point, Saad. I wish you would get. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. So I'm going to time you out. So get to your point in 30 seconds. Otherwise, I'm throwing you back in the audience again.
Let me get you the points. I need to get my point across. So I can't get my point across in 2 minutes. Okay, just like you.
I gave you 30 seconds. I think you're 20 seconds right now.
And I could speak too. Come on, dude. Give me some space.
15 seconds.
Are you gonna give me space to talk or not?
No, I'm not. I told you. You talk endlessly and you say nothing.
You're talking about echo chambers.
Okay, thanks very much, Saad. Bye.
I think he's generally right about the system of measurement, right? We have it's called the SI system, the International System of Measurements, and it literally quantifies everything from time to space to energy. Everything is quantified in the system international units, and we don't have that for value. We don't have that, and we don't have an unmanipulatable unit of measurement for value, because the denominator, the amount of money in circulation keeps getting manipulated. So I think he might have had a point, at least on the lack of internationally standardized.
Why does he keep coming up on stage? Do I have to throw you out again, Saad? Yeah, T just made your point for you. T just made your point.
No,
Stop bringing him up.
Right,
Stop bringing him up. He can't get to his point.
Can I please add to it? Can I please add to it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, same as like the gentleman said here, it's a measurement stick. So the dollar or the yuan or the RMB, it's a measurement stick. Who decides the value of it? Usually,
they're crappy meanement sticks. They're crappy. They're bad measurement sticks because they're always changing in size.
Before you cut me off, please.
They're broken. They're
before
broken.
Before you cut me off, can I finish?
Stop asking for permission. Stop asking for permission and just.
Okay, so the measurement is currency. The currency measures work and jobs and commodities. Usually, when commodities go higher in prices, government subsidizes it, like wheat, cotton, things like that, and that any government subsidizes it all around the world. What comes next is labor. Government subsidizes labor or dictates labor by paying its own government salaries and for its own project, like building bridges, police, and military. So I agree with you. The Bitcoin has its own value, but what determines the dollar value, majority, it's the monopoly of the state. It's the first thing we learned about the economy, monopolies, and the state has.
Okay, do not let that man back up into the speakers again. He's a moron. He's not welcome.
Well, thanks for the answers. Appreciate it. No, I'll
right,
jump
everybody.
off stage and give somebody else
Guys,
give somebody else to go. But thanks.
Can somebody that's not Tina and not Saad just give me the quick context there? I just joined and I'm just hearing somebody not being allowed to speak and somebody getting tossed
He's
off
an
stage a bunch.
MMTer. He's an MMTer spouting bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I hear somebody
think you're
who's not
spouting
Tina?
nonsense.
I think
Wow. Tina,
I think-
I want to hear somebody else tell me what just happened.
Yeah,
this guy.
I think T did a really good job of summarizing what he was saying. He was speaking about the measurement of money. T, if you can summarize that, I think it was really good.
He had mentioned like a lack of system international on the unit of value, like an international standard measurement. And I think, all of these global jurisdictions, it sounded like what he was talking about was, they all have these like, monopolies of force on telling us what that unit of measurement is, while simultaneously debasing that unit of measurement. And but I don't want to speak for him, but I don't know, that's my thoughts on my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, obviously I don't have the full context, and it seems like, Tina's obviously had multiple conversations with the guy, and it's probably long in the tooth or whatever.
I could actually tell by what the man was saying.
But regardless, the issue that I have is a lot of times people will come into this room, and that might be the first time that they're hearing people talk in this room. And, I just joined 2 minutes ago, and all I heard was, moderators interrupting somebody and throwing him off stage. And it didn't sound to me like he didn't have a point, even if it wasn't perfectly well articulated. It was possible for other people to listen to it and sharpen his point. And so I just want to make sure that we're all being careful to not sort of come across, whether you are or not, try to make sure you're not coming across as bullying somebody.
Yeah, you're not going to promote MMT here. I mean, that's just pointless exercise.
I don't think that anybody should be promoting MMT, but I think it's a discussion that I'm perfectly willing to have with someone that's earnestly trying to figure things out and has stepped into a Bitcoin room and is listening to the things that we have to say. And I'd be happy to have like any of the MMT owls from Twitter pop in here and present their point of view. And if they're being respectful and they're trying to tease out nuance or learn about Bitcoin in some way and trying to like figure out what we think, I'm happy to have that conversation. I don't know if just talking about something means that they're promoting it. So let's just be, I just want to, that's it. I'm not going to say more. I'm just going to just go back to listening, and let's do the next person who wants to bring up a topic. But I just popped in and heard that, and I don't like it.
Okay, let's go ahead and keep moving along. We know we had Connor and Mario was next. Connor, did you have a question for the panel?
Yeah, thanks. And first off, I really appreciate that sentiment, Corey. But my question was, can somebody define or tell me what the criteria would be to meet hyper Bitcoinization? And the follow-up to that is that possible to achieve if I hear a lot of people on this room talking about, holding or never kind of transacting in Bitcoin. So just how that sort of fits in into hyper Bitcoinization.
I mean, it's just a matter of people realizing that Bitcoin is the best store of value, people and institutions, and I think that's going to happen. And it's going to happen faster than people think.
So your criteria is people realizing it's the best store of value. Is that your definition?
Right. Yes.
Of
yes.
hyper?
It's just a matter of realization.
Some people think it's a continuous process that's happening right now.
Yeah, I guess I've always fallen into the belief of it's an excellent store of value, and I'm just trying to understand how it might fit in more broadly into, really just getting. I guess I just don't understand really what that means. If there's like a threshold, and I understand it's more of like a it might not be like a roadmap that you can put clear definition on. I'm just trying to get to a place of really what that means, whether that's in the long term or whatever timeline.
I would argue that it's been happening since Bitcoin was introduced. More and more people realize that Bitcoin is the best store of value, and as we move forward, that's gonna hold true even more.
We're gonna look back and we'll realize it was hyper Bitcoinization all along.
Right. Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, we don't really have any measures for hyper Bitcoinization just because this is all new and it's the wild, wild west. And like they said, probably we maybe already are in hyper Bitcoinization and just don't realize it yet. Worst case scenario, maybe we'll get another cycle out of it. We'll see. Okay, Mario, Connor, thank you for coming up. Did you have another question though, or was that all you wanted to talk about so far? Just want to make sure you got a chance to ask all your questions.
No, I'll yield my time. I appreciate it.
Great. Feel free to come up here anytime. I appreciate it. Mario and then Big Shiny. Also, just want to give a warning that in about 15 minutes, I'm going to transition over to another Bitcoin Cafe room where we're just doing Q&A for beginners. So really, really, really beginner questions. If you're interested in going to that room in about 15 minutes, just follow me. Also, you can follow Cafe Bitcoin. You should be able to see the room pretty easily. Okay, lost my spot. Mario and then Big Shiny. Go ahead, Mario.
Hey guys, yeah, thanks for having me up. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the supply and demand aspect, right? I mean, I would assume most people would agree that it's demand and limited supply that's driving price. And so where price can go in the future is kind of what you guys are talking about based on how many more ways people discover to either make Bitcoin useful or why it has value, right? So if we're talking about stored value or, you know, not really spending it, et cetera, because things in the future, you know, you could have spent or overpaid for something, you know, just a couple months earlier, et cetera. How does it get to the point where everyone's using Bitcoin and to transact, to store value, et cetera, when the number of transactions still seems to be somewhat limited right now, right, in terms of how many transactions a network can do? And does it have to be a transactional currency in order for the price to go from, you know, 50,000 to millions?
So the main point there is that Bitcoin is just, it acts as a settlement layer, and we can build on top of the Bitcoin network. And one such project is the Lightning project, which allows for much faster transactions.
So is the future of it, is you're saying that the value comes from the fact that it becomes a transactional currency, and therefore, as it matures, the value plateaus and somewhere becomes less volatile, I should say, or no?
The value comes from the fact that it's a better store of value than anything else that we have.
And your question was whether it could go from 50,000 to millions without being, you know, this medium of exchange before becoming a medium of exchange. Yeah, it could.
Right. So that's, I guess, what I'm trying to better understand.
In fact, it likely will. Bitcoin is useful right now, just to hodl with it. It's useful right now. If I were only to sell a little bit every 3 or 4 years, and I transacted in fiat, everything else, it would still be very useful.
I think you're having a hard time like conceptualizing that. If you just think about gold, like it's not a good currency, but obviously it has been.
If something were to go up, 10, 20, 50, 100 times, would you consider that useful?
Well, of course. The appreciation is the primary aspect. That's what we're all talking about, right? Price appreciation, but that's the stored value aspect.
And that's because you understand the qualities of Bitcoin. Now, at the same time,
so what I'm trying to do is learn more applications, more ways, right?
The most valuable thing it does is as a store of value. That's its most valuable property.
That's easy to understand. That one I got.
Now, in order to make it valuable as that, it also needs sovereign censorship resistant, because if somebody can control your money, then it wouldn't have anywhere near as much value. So if I could prevent you from spending it, then it's not as valuable.
So being able to travel.
It also has, well, not just travel. I mean, I could stop you from spending your money anywhere. You wanted to donate money to XYZ group. You wanted to buy a widget and somebody didn't want you to buy those things. They could stop you from buying them. You can't be prevented if you control your own keys. Now, if you held your Bitcoin in custody, that institution could potentially prevent you, but no one can stop you from spending your money. That has value. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. And the fact that you can, as you said, maybe be anywhere as long as you remember, right, those passwords, then you do have access to that money. So that's definitely clearly right up there, high up there.
Right. That has a lot of value, doesn't it?
The fact that it's appreciating, right, versus maybe just being stagnant, depreciating against other currencies, getting eaten up by inflation, that's clearly an advantage, right? So these tangible types of things is what I'm looking to learn as much about as possible, beyond just randomly Googling things.
So are you on Twitter?
Yeah, I guess I should use Twitter more than I do.
Okay, so I just put together a quick little thread of several things to read yesterday. Let's see. Do you have a Twitter? Is that in your?
Yeah, I have it connected.
I would say another important point is that up until now, there was a distinction between money and currency, and that's because the money we had didn't really work as a currency very well, and that money was gold. But with Bitcoin, eventually, there's no reason for it not to be able to work as both a money and a currency. I think that paradigm is going to shift. We're just going to have money that we use for everything.
What I think you're going to find over time is that as these scaling layers develop and as the price rises, then people will be willing to spend, and they'll be able to spend. So if you have something that appreciates 50 or 100x, you'll probably be willing to spend some, right?
Yeah, right. That's natural. And right now,
so that'll be a natural process that happens with people.
Some spending, but appreciation in terms of how much you're holding, et cetera. So what's driving it right now, right? I mean, it's that institutions are getting in on the act, that Mastercard and Tesla and so on are buying Bitcoin.
The fact that institutions realize that it's the best store of value.
As well as individuals.
As well as individuals, although it's institutions that move the price up the most.
Hey guys, let's get back to this one in a few minutes. I just want to do a quick programming break because if everyone goes and does a little search for members and types in Michael Saylor, they will notice that Michael Saylor has joined ClubHouse today, which is very exciting. And as always, when it comes to getting Michael Saylor involved in very important things in the that are of the moment, we have Eric Weiss, who's on stage with us now to thank. Got Michael into Bitcoin and got him onto ClubHouse today. So Eric, thanks for popping up and saying hi. I will just take yourself off mute real quick with the mic button. I think Eric just got on in the last couple of days.
Yeah,
no, there's two of them.
Yeah, which one's the right one, Corey?
Which one's the real Eric?
Right one?
One you recommended him, and the other one you follow. So that's hard to tell which one's the right one.
Oh. I think I'm the right one. Not sure.
This is the real Eric on stage.
As long as things are still going well, I'm the right one. If things happen to turn, I will pass it over to whoever the other Eric is.
I love that. Which one's the real Michael Saylor?
I'm sorry. Now? Yeah, Michael Saylor.
No, Michael, there should just be one. There were a couple fake accounts that we had to work on getting rid of. But I think the real one should say that I nominated him from what I saw.
Okay, perfect.
As in one doesn't.
Yeah.
That's great.
The fake one is nominated by MRV. I think it's a TRD now. I forget what it just said. The one where you nominated was the real Michael Saylor.
To be clear,
to
be clear, the handle also is Michael.Saylor. That's the real one.
Correct. Yeah, that's how I got him to sign up, was by telling him that it was going to happen eventually, and if he didn't do it now, he wouldn't even be able to get his name. So he capitulated. It was a lot easier to get him to sign up for this than it was to buy Bitcoin. So
you hit him with some domain squatting fear.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking, Corey. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Exactly.
Well done.
Yeah, thanks. So anyway, I was just saying hi. It's my first day here and just checking out. And Michael and I were listening for a little bit, and our other friend Ray Reagan is here listening as well. And it's nice to see the dialogue taking place literally around the clock. And it's amazing to see how things have changed since I got into Bitcoin. So it's fun.
Yeah, that's great. Well,
Eric,
we really look forward to it.
Who's the one that taught Michael what he knows about Bitcoin? Because I'm astounded by the fact that he came here so late and he seems to have gotten really late.
You're breaking up a little bit there on my end, but
So, Michael, being a tech entrepreneur, was certainly aware of Bitcoin for a long time. He wasn't a fan of it in the beginning, as some of his past tweets have indicated. And I launched a crypto-related hedge fund of funds in February of 2018. And seeing as though, Michael's one of my closest friends and we spend an awful lot of time together. As a matter of fact, I'm sitting on his boat as I'm having this conversation. But, he made it very clear to me that I was making a big mistake by launching this fund, that this was not a good idea, that this was the kind of thing that criminals trafficked in, and I was risking my reputation. And then, this past year during the lockdowns in March, we were kind of quarantining together and scratching our heads about how the world had changed and trying to make sense of it. And the topic, I brought up the topic of Bitcoin again. And I think the fact that the world was making so little sense, compared to what we knew, that he was more receptive to hearing about it. And instead of ostensibly telling me to be quiet, he started asking questions. And we went for, many hours that day and hours the next day. And when he...
How did you prevent him from shitcoining?
That I got to give him complete credit for. So once he exhausted all the knowledge that I had after having been in this space since December of 2013, which didn't take long, he then needed more information. And so I pointed him to the right folks on Twitter and some other resources and YouTube. And, he found lots of you guys and your content and others. And as you can tell from, the podcast he's done, he's just ridiculously intelligent and absorbs things very quickly and has a knowledge of all human history that he can kind of fit all the stuff that he's learning in and put it in context and make sense of it all. And he's the one that kind of, had no interest in shitcoins and just kind of saw Bitcoin as the solution to the problems that he was facing, his company was facing, and, all of us are facing. So he gets credit for the no shitcoins. I am involved in shitcoins.
I have to say, Saylor is one of the heaviest hitting new Bitcoiners at least in the last couple of years. I kudos. You orange pilled a significant ally to Bitcoin.
Well, thanks. Yeah, no, he's been great for all of us in the space. I think, we've had lots of great people carrying the torch for many years, to keep Bitcoin alive and give us a shot. And I think we just needed someone. I think he brought a couple unique things to the table. First is his ability to explain things and relate to people and use different analogies and metaphors so that things can click for people. And then the credibility of a public company, just can't be overstated. It's one thing when someone says, yeah, I bought $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, but there's no proof, right? Like, we don't know. Nobody knows how much they actually really bought. But when you're a publicly traded company in the United States and you say you bought $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, there's no lying, right? It's verifiable. So I think for a lot of reasons, that credibility that he brought to the table for Bitcoin was just hugely influential. And the fact that he's so articulate just made it so that people would understand it and help us market it more effectively.
Eric, thank you so much for coming up. You guys, if someone wants to take over the conversation a little bit and keep continuing to ask questions to Eric, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to bounce over. Corey, always thank you so much. You bring the best people up, and always thank you for letting me take care of these rooms sometimes. I'm going to bounce over to the Q&A real quick. Just wanted to say goodbye to everyone.
Thanks, Dennis. You were awesome today.
Yeah, well
Bye,
done.
Dennis.
Thanks, Dennis.
Hey, T-Bane or Shelly or Jim, are one of you guys able to mod for a little bit?
Yeah, we got this.
Yep. Okay, cool. So Eric, feel free to hang out. I'm just really glad you got to come up and say hi.
Appreciate it. I'm just going to hang out and listen for a little bit. Thanks for having me. And it's great. It's great to hear all the dialogue. Cheers.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Okay, take a break.
I'm the moderator now.
La 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 la. John said mod.
Neil, would you like to moderate?
Go for it.
Oh no, I was asking if you'd like to.
Oh, you asked me?
Yeah, you're a great moderator.
Oh, thank you. Well, if anyone on stage has a question that hasn't been answered, or anyone not on stage, just feel free to raise your hand, and we'll go from there.
I have a question.
Hopefully we have an answer. What's up, C?
I can only play it for you.
Oh, it's Cortex.
Yes.
I thought someone else.
I'm going to give you a question. Can you answer it?
Not from you, probably not, but go for it.
It's not a verbal question. It's a musical question.
Play. Yes, play. Yes, we need a little peaceful break.
But you have to guess what kind of piece it is.
Okay.
Bach.
Handel.
We're ready, Cortex.
Well, until Cortex ready, does someone else have a question?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can, Big Shiny. Cortex, after this question, we'll do your music. Big Shiny.
Cool. Hey, so this is the first time I'm on Clubhouse, so bear with me.
Welcome.
Thank you. I had a couple questions. Kind of been saving them up for the last 5 hours I've been on this Clubhouse audio chat. The first one is kind of more around regulation. I think somebody a few hours ago was talking about capital gains in Europe, and I think she was moving to the Middle East. So I'm in the United States. Just wondering what people's thoughts are about, whatever rumors and what we've heard from Yellen on, possibility of unrealized capital gains tax, what the possibilities of that actually happening are, if it happened, 0%.
Look, what I would say is that after what's happened the last year, it seems like anything could happen, but it also seems like something like that would be political suicide.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be against a lot of their own politicians, their own best interest. But I'd say nothing is a 0% chance, but it's hopefully very unlikely.
Yeah, well, that one's bigger than Bitcoin because that's just capital gains across the board. It seems like there would be a riot in the streets on that.
Well, basically, that's a wealth tax, right? Because if you're taxing unrealized gains, it's a wealth tax.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Saylor, I believe, spoke on this in one of his interviews, and I'm not going to try to quote him, but I'll paraphrase it. But he basically said that if they push too hard, I can just say, "Well, I forgot my keys."
Right, he'll lose it in a boating accident. We know he has many yachts.
I have to buy a boat.
Or just no.
Hopefully, it's not the one Eric's on. There's not a chance of the wealth tax happening. I mean, if they did it, there'd be riot in the streets. And apart from that, if it happened in America, you would see a giant flushing of this country, and everyone would move to Costa Rica.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that was my feeling. Just wanted to check in on what everyone else is feeling about it. So appreciate it.
No worries. You have another question? You said you had.
Yeah. So this one's more on the politics side. We've touched on it a few times. I think Rebecca just a little bit ago, and Max Kaiser's always talking about the collapse of the nation state, and kind of remaking the world, I guess, in Bitcoin's image, which I'm not against. And then I think Bitcoin Tina, you somewhere more a little more conservative on that one. Then someone else mentioned. I think they were talking about the Bitcoin super PAC, I don't know if that was a joke or whatnot. Got me thinking, what's everyone's feeling? I'm sure we're going to have a spectrum of thoughts about the future of what the world looks like, or, what politics looks like. But my thought about Bitcoin, it's consensus driven. And I think it would be a shame we had a world that, even if there was a wealth shift to say Bitcoiners or whatnot, that politics was still driven by those with the most money, those who could buy, buy politics, buy politicians. So just wondering, well, if anyone had any thoughts on that and what they would like the world to be, what they see the world could be, in a Bitcoin future. Does that make sense?
Are you really not against the collapse of the nation state?
You are not, or am I?
The thing is, politics is about deciding what the state should do, right? And if we move towards sovereignism, that's not going to be a thing anymore. At least
Bitcoin's inherent nature is highly competitive. Consumers benefit from a competitive economy more than anybody else. Most big businesses prefer regulation because regulation enables them to not have to compete. Innovation happens under consumption. Companies deliver better goods and services with competition. Competition is the essence of a vibrant economy. Companies that, I'm trying to think of the right word for it, I can't remember off the top of my head. Companies that basically replace their own products with new innovations rather than let other players do that for them, create the environment of creating better goods and services for the people who they deliver goods and services to, and ultimately the people they serve. And Bitcoin is, by its very nature, its inherent quality is to be highly competitive. Mining is the most competitive business in the world. And we're dealing with the best money, which will do a better job at setting prices, economic calculation to take place. So many things will likely spring from that. And I think many of them be incredibly positive. How it plays out, that's anybody's guess. But
I think, Tina, the word you're looking for was creative destruction.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Out of chaos, order.
But the point is that one of the things that people, I think, are frustrated by is the fact that regulation tends to prevent businesses from needing to compete. And the essence of a competitive economy ultimately is able to attack problems better because you have more players focusing on those. And again, as I said, delivering better quality goods and services at lower prices. And so I think this is part of Bitcoin's inherent nature. So I think it will tend to create an environment which will promote that, and players that are successful at it will likely thrive. Will that happen tomorrow? No. But I believe that will ultimately be something that happens in a Bitcoin world. And I think there'll be many other things that spring forth from that. And I think that's a very positive future.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I guess it comes down to that fundamental, I see what you're saying. The question still in my head is, let's say government, it becomes competitive. It serves, in some ways, does it still serve value or money or Bitcoin?
Well, what if governments are also competitive and become interested in attracting you to live within their borders? Think about
But are they attracting the billionaires? Are they attracting the trillionaires? Or are they attracting the person?
Attract lots of people. You need a lot of people to run an economy, don't you?
True.
You need all kinds of people to run an economy. You need everybody.
Yeah. Well, I guess it just comes down to, like we always say with Bitcoin, or people always say, Bitcoin is a consensus network. It doesn't matter if you've got 1,000 Bitcoin or 0.1 Bitcoin, right? So there's an inherent fairness in that that's very powerful. So when I look at, we can say competitive governments, competitive, but there's still wealth gaps. And I don't have a problem with that. This isn't a diatribe against Bitcoin. It's just a matter of like that consensus power of Bitcoin, the way it's built, is very interesting in a greater spectrum, you know, when it comes to politics, when it comes to governance or running groups of people, you know, because of the fairness of it. I guess that's ultimately my point. Whether or not it can go that way is a different matter. I'm not trying to say things should be this way. Anyways, I don't know if that made sense. It was just kind of my general thought, I guess.
I see Bitcoin as a very optimistic view and future for humanity.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Can I ask a related question?
Go for it.
Tina, yeah, when do you guys think Joe Biden will stand in front of the nation and start speaking about Bitcoin? And when do you think all the politicians, candidates, maybe in major political presidential debates, people will be asked about their stance on Bitcoin? It'll be one of the top issues where every candidate has to define and have strong views. And also, do you think that which of the two political parties will be more friendly? We have evidence that so far, you know, there's the Democrats. I mean, you know, I think that it's not clear. I think it hasn't emerged as a partisan issue. So I just wanted any of your thoughts. And lastly, do you think that the libertarianism will make a comeback as a viable option because of Bitcoin?
Bitcoin's for everybody. And because Bitcoin is for everybody, I think you'll see all kinds of people and all kinds of businesses get into Bitcoin. I don't see it as a partisan issue at all. I think it's completely nonpartisan. So I don't accept the framing of it.
Yeah, makes sense.
I think if you look back historically, there's a lot of precedents in the American founding fathers and there was a lot of consensus among that body that drafted the Constitution of the evils of paper money. So I think it's pretty interesting the parallels and a lot of the quotations and the talk and the writings of these founding fathers all have echoes of sound money. So I think it's kind of interesting. It's worthwhile to look through some of the quotes. There's one here from Thomas Jefferson, if I could find it real fast.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. It's on my Twitter.
Yeah, here it is. It's paper money is liable to be abused, has been, is, and forever will be abused in every country in which it's permitted. Thomas Jefferson.
Yes, and to add on to that, he also said, if the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation, then by deflation, the banks and the corporations will grow up around them. We'll deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. The issuing power should be taken from the banks and restored to the people to whom it properly belongs.
So here's the thing. Bitcoin encourages free markets, which is going to make people on the right side of the political spectrum really love it. And it fixes the corruption of money, which is going to make people on the left side really love it. So everyone's going to love it. And I think it's going to unify people on both sides of the political spectrum in the end.
I agree with you, but that, we are assuming that they fully understand it, right? I mean, in the meantime, while they are on that learning curve, I think, some vested interests may try to paint it as one, favoring one side or another. And there might be some time
Yeah, but
that,
the thing is, objective truth does not care about anyone's opinion. It's gonna stand the test of time because it is the truth. So eventually people are gonna adapt.
Yeah,
And I think
great
they're gonna
point.
adapt pretty quickly. I don't think it's gonna take a long time, but it remains to be seen.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, this is Chad. I've got a question about the Bitcoin ETFs. Now, when we see more of these financial firms allow ETFs and individuals start investing into Bitcoin ETFs, is that essentially an on-ramp for Bitcoin? And are they, at the end of the day, are they actually trading Bitcoin, or is it more of a stock looking option?
Did it go quiet in here, or is my phone not working?
No, it went quiet. I don't know that anyone wanted to answer the question. Maybe he can restate it.
I didn't hear the question.
Yeah. Let me restate it. So I'm seeing these Bitcoin ETFs, and when someone invests into a Bitcoin ETF, are they essentially buying Bitcoin through the
No.
financial exchange, or
They're
and
buying.
does
They're
that
just getting
add
they're
value
just
to
getting
Bitcoin?
they're getting exposure to the price fluctuations of Bitcoin, but they don't own Bitcoin.
Okay, so does that help the value of Bitcoin in any kind of way, or is that just not at all?
Well, the ETF needs to go out and buy Bitcoin, so it
Right.
should, in theory. Well, if it's an open-ended fund, I guess they could be buying and selling it. Something like Grayscale, when they buy, it never comes out. It's a trust and it's closed-ended. So there's no redemption function. So it kind of sets this floor. It's a black hole for Bitcoin.
Yeah, at
As
the end
long
of
as
the day, everything helps Bitcoin.
Tino,
as
what's
long as they're buying Bitcoin, they're not buying some kind of future.
Grayscale?
No, the ETF.
Oh yeah. You have any other
So
questions?
so
Ed?
net
Oh,
it's a positive for the price of Bitcoin.
No, that was my
Assuming
question.
they're
I just wanted-
assuming they're buying Bitcoin, it's a positive.
Yeah, I mean, that was my question. I'm seeing more and more of these options coming out through different types of financial firms. A buddy of mine, for their clients, they're offering different ways to invest into Bitcoin without having to do it through their institutions. And I was just very curious to see if that was going to overall help the overall value of Bitcoin go up or down.
I mean, anytime Bitcoin's taken off the market, price is going to go up, right?
Sure. Okay.
That's right.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Chad.
David, you have a question? David?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. So I'm new to cold storage, and do I know my phrases are, they're tucked away, they're taken care of. I know that much. But the little dongle, the USB thing, is that something that I should like really secure as well, or can I throw that in a drawer?
What
The
kind
what?
do you have?
Yeah, the what thing?
Like the
what?
USB.
His ledger, his Trezor. What kind do you have?
Well, you don't even have
Trezor.
to. Whatever you have, it doesn't really. You don't want anyone to get access to it, even on the device, because it's known that some of these devices can be pulled apart, and private keys can be exposed. So you want to keep it in a safe place that no one's going to be able to find it.
So it's
Yeah,
not something.
treat both very securely. Both things, your backup words, seed phrase, and if you have that secured somewhere, hopefully in some fireproof, waterproof situation. And then the device itself, keep it in a separate, very secure place. If you need it somewhat accessible to you for some reasons, something you can control, a lock in a box and a lock on the door at least, and keep it separate from the backup phrase.
Good, makes sense. So don't treat it like casually, like something you just put in a drawer. Treat it with some.
Correct.
Okay.
Treat it like it's money. I mean,
Okay.
maybe if you had let's say you had $100,000 in cash, you treat it really well, right? And I don't know how much Bitcoin you have, but treat it the same way you would treat that same amount of money.
Okay.
Treat it like you have the scarcest asset in the world, which you do.
And that's it.
All right, thank you. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Bitcoin Tina. I've been following them for a long time and learned a ton from you. So, and just everyone that's been contributing over the years. I've learned a lot over years and never really interact with anybody. So thanks to everybody who's putting out great content, whether here or Twitter or anywhere else.
Thanks, David.
Yep.
Who's
All right.
next? Who's next? Sean. Or C.
Hey.
Wait, 1 second. C, do you have a question? You keep unmuting and then not saying.
Yeah.
We left off on him.
Thanks. Yeah, I do have a question. It's in regards to public companies and sort of how an adoption would work for a public company. We've seen MicroStrategy, Tesla, Square pull Bitcoin onto their balance sheet, and they've gotten a lot of press for it. But what about the smaller publicly traded companies that perhaps may want to bring Bitcoin onto their balance sheet, but they may be it may not be beneficial to them because analysts don't see that asset on their balance sheet as cash flow, right? If I remember correctly, it's an intangible asset, and if you're a small company, why would you bring that onto your balance sheet if you really can't get a bump from it?
I don't understand why the small company wouldn't also benefit from, Bitcoin's qualities and, market appreciation. But
well, I get that point, but and I agree that a company would benefit from it, right? Because in the long run, if you're in the war of business and you adopt gunpowder first, right, you're going to have an advantage in the long run. But in the short run, if you're a company, if you're if you're a trucking company that's a publicly traded trucking company, and you buy Bitcoin and put it on your balance sheet, the analysts that are looking at your company and rating your company, they're looking at your cash flow. They're not looking at this intangible asset that's can be marked down if the price in Bitcoin goes down. They're not getting an increase in the company's value if Bitcoin goes up necessarily.
They are, because it's cost of capital that you're getting at. It's if they have cash on their balance sheet, then that costs them more to hold that because it's losing value at a rate of what I think 3%, right, over historically. So whereas Bitcoin is going up, right? So that's cost of capital.
Right, I get that, but instead of, like, say, buying back their shares or buying assets that would potentially bring in more cash flow, why would they decide to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet? And in the long run, I think that it will be eventually something that obviously every company will do. But in the short term, how would you say to a board that, hey, we need to put this on our balance sheet, but also guess what? The analysts aren't really gonna count it as much. Does that question?
Well, I
make
think
sense?
yeah, it makes it. If I understand the question correctly, and there's a disincentive. It sounds like because a smaller company and the way that they are maybe rated, a smaller publicly traded company, having maybe different rules or different rating standards that they're judged by, might be a disincentive for them to hold Bitcoin. But there's all kinds of incentives out there to do it, and I think this is just another trajectory adoption story going on. And you bring up an interesting case of the smaller traded, the smaller publicly traded companies. But I think maybe that smaller publicly traded company in question might consider that these ratings agencies will certainly figure out in the near to medium future that they need to adjust how they view various assets that might be held on the balance sheet, because people are going to be divesting cash into various things
Right.
that look strange to these rating agencies, at least with respect to history. And they'll have to take a look at more exotic holdings on these companies' balance sheets and adjust to the way that they judge these companies. And maybe the smaller company in this case wants to front run that and make the bet on that change in rating standards coming along, and is also happy with the other benefits of adopting a Bitcoin standard for their treasury. So that I don't know if that helps answer your question, but I just think it's an interesting case, and there's still plenty of incentives to do so.
Right. I agree. I know that the intangible asset accounting for Bitcoin is something that could be changed. I was wondering if anyone knew of any articles or any literature that sort of goes down the rabbit hole on that issue in particular, because essentially it would need to be changed in accounting practices for it to be worth more on
I
the
think
balance sheet.
the best bet there for you, and anyone else, please feel free to chime in, but the best bet that I just thought of is if you can find the archive videos of basically the entire MicroStrategy cryptocurrency summit, or whatever they called it. Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy hosted a virtual summit some weeks ago. There were something, I think, like 6,000 different companies in attendance at that thing. They published their playbook for corporate treasuries holding Bitcoin. So I'm sure you could find that online. But then also there are a number of sessions where these issues were discussed and touched upon. I don't recall, I listened to a lot of it that day, but I don't recall them specifically discussing smaller businesses or just making any distinction between, large or small publicly traded companies. But I bet going through some of that material, and it's fascinating material, altogether, several hours you might want to enjoy just because, but within there, you might find the titles of some of those sessions, some of those talks and presentations to maybe answer some of those questions that you have, hopefully.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, and another, sorry, real quick, just to give another resource. If you go to lopp.net and then go to Bitcoin resources at the top, he has a bunch of he explores a lot of different things, and he has a bunch of different resources on there, going from governance to tax, accounting to mining and everything like that. So that's a really good resource there if you want to check that out.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Sean. We were talking about all the government stuff earlier, and I was wondering if anyone had any updates on the FedNow program. For people not familiar, that's the U.S. government's stablecoin, or at least attempt at digital currency.
It's a good question. I was in a room, I think it was this room actually, some hours ago, And Max Kaiser was in here, and he was talking a bit about that. And I think there was another guy who I followed when I heard him speaking about this, but goes by Dr. John. Maybe some other panelists may know of him, but I think, I don't know if this helps answer your question, but what I remember from that discussion is that the way things are heading, the dollar's days are numbered, and the Fed will probably seek a steam valve or a reboot of sorts, or maybe this is a reset, as we keep hearing about, where they kind of disintermediate, banks in general and just straight up issue a Fed coin right from the Fed, and try to, bail out people's deposits from the failing bank system using, this new central bank digital currency that they'd issue straight from the Fed and wouldn't require, a lot of banks anymore. So the banks are probably pretty, maybe they're some of them too big to fail, but maybe they'll let some of them fail as this changeover takes place. This was the things that were being speculated on by Dr. John, or Dr. Jack maybe, and Max Kaiser.
Gotcha. Did they mention anything about a timeline? I think the last I heard, they were still between 2 to 5 years away from kind of public deployment.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be some test runs and things like that. We're already seeing stuff being done in China, obviously. A couple, several years. There was talk of a particular date, possibly signaling, signaling the end, a little bit more clearly coming up at the end of this month. So I'm sorry, I don't have more to share. Maybe someone else who is in the room remembers the conversation a bit better.
No, that helps. Thanks.
All right.
Who's next?
Who's next? Sorry about that. I thought I cut out there. Yeah, who do we got next here?
Yo, what's up, everyone? I've been kind of listening for a while. I have a kind of like a comment / question. I find this becoming a little bit more pressing for me to try and help my family and friends, kind of, well, not necessarily my friends, but at least my family understand a little bit more about the value proposition of what Bitcoin is, and understand that you can't really you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. Giving people financial advice is sometimes not the best thing, especially with family. But with kind of the current state of the global market and economy and everything like that, does anyone have any kind of tips, tricks, strategies on maybe, helping people or helping your family, close family, like parents, that kind of thing, understand that Bitcoin isn't like a meme, and it's not like just a funny thing that's just that only young people are investing in, and it's kind of, they think it's like stupid, and they just don't really understand it. Like I understand it's not good to tell people what to do or to kind of like push them and say, hey, buy this, and they don't understand what it is, but I kind of want to, get my parents, for example, to at least allocate a small percentage of their portfolios to Bitcoin, because they go to their financial advisors, and I hear the shit that the financial advisors tell them, and it's like the most embarrassing thing I can possibly imagine. And so does anyone have any tips on how to help I guess the boomer generation adopt it? Because I don't want to see them, like their purchasing power just
Mark,
absolutely go down. And it's just, I don't know.
Mark, I think what I'm seeing in just my network, my family, friends, and I've been working full time in this space since early 2013. So I've been talking to lots of people in my life about this for a very long time, and it takes many of them a long time to come around. And but right now, a lot of people in that generation are starting to see the light. And I just would suggest to you that you find something they care about right now, or something they're concerned about losing right now. Maybe it has to do with their profession, or and you can point out to them examples of trouble ahead, if you can figure out exactly what they care about and how it relates to, you know, the way monetary policy is affecting them today. Like, for example, my cousin, you know, I have a 9-year-old, but when, and he has 9-year-olds too, they're a few days apart. When his boys, twin boys, were 1 year old, I gave him half a Bitcoin, which was $50 worth at the time. He promptly got hacked and lost it. And then years and years later, finally about 2 or 3 months ago, comes back around to me and is just fully ready for all the orange pills I could possibly feed him. And so a couple of weeks go by, and he makes big moves to allocate a lot of his, you know, family business and his own savings and, you know, 401k, et cetera, and rotates a lot into Bitcoin pretty quickly after, you know, going down the rabbit hole. And his dad is extremely conservative, also owns a small business, and they're in construction. And so they get to see right now in the last week or 2 weeks how much lumber costs are going up, like 30%. They've been warned by their suppliers. Prices are going to go up, you know, now in March. You know, they were warned this in February. And so my cousin just used that example to talk to his dad, who also owns a small business, construction business, and pointed out, like, you know, now's the time to do something. And they're somewhat primed for this because none of them have liked the way the leadership in our country, America, and probably many places in the world are handling this COVID situation. So they're ready. They're primed and ready and aching for some sort of release. And you know, it just started to click like lately. So be patient, figure out what they care about right now, and figure out where they're going to get hurt or are feeling pain from, you know, fiscal policy in our country, and try to speak to that and show them how Bitcoin is the light in that at the end of that tunnel. And I think you'll have success. I'm finding a lot of people in this generation who were previously closed off. A lot of people in my family in that generation called me crazy for many years. Yeah, and they're coming around now. None of them, I don't even have to say I told you so. You know what I mean? So give that a shot.
True. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd also add, I think that, you know, when logic fails, people really love just the fallacy of appeal to authority, right? And so I think that's going to work in your favor right now. There's so many, I mean, like the recent Fidelity, right? So what they just put out, everything, whether it be Tesla getting involved and so on and so forth, I think that is going to be a big influence as well.
Something that Tina has continually recommended to people of that generation is to have them watch the YouTube video of Michael Saylor and Ross Stevens.
Great recommendation. That's I think that was from the summit, if I'm not mistaken, that I was referencing earlier.
Mhm.
And that is just, yeah, it's a tour de force for anyone who's just getting started to kind of think about tasting the Bitcoin pill.
Yeah, that's what Tina had the professor that comes up here, Cliff, watch. And he's since become a big fan of Bitcoin and has personally invested after watching that video.
Hey, this is Sean.
Somebody
again.
send somebody DM Mark a link to that video.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have.
Mark.
I've watched it. I've watched the video probably 2 or 3 times myself, but haven't considered sending that to Dad. So yeah, thanks. I'm writing notes. I'm gonna do these things. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Mark, if you want to chat more, this is Sean. I'm actually doing like as much outreach as I can to all the people close to me. I've done 7 consultations so far that have been anywhere from like 90 minutes to 3 hours. And we just sit down and dive in to like the tech and the use cases, the impact on society, the price action. And I've got some slides to help me like remember what to say, but I'd love to just go through and kind of show you what I've got.
Yeah, sounds good. My Twitter is my exact name on this.
Mark, I just had one more thought for you as well on that. I've turned so many people on to Bitcoin just by being a little bit generous, just giving them a little bit of Bitcoin, $5, having them download a wallet, something to play with. My parents I think I gave him $150 for Christmas or something, numbers of years ago, and it just got them really excited. Not right away, after a year or two though. So, yeah, just being generous is an awesome way to get people into it.
That defeats the purpose of hodling.
Well, if it's your family and your friends,
No, I'm totally
you know,
joking. I'm totally
you
joking.
can do
You're
it
right.
together.
You're right. Good idea.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Ahmed, did you get to go? Ahmed? All right, how about B? What's up, B?
Hey girl, I'm all good. Just listening. Here to contribute when I can. Thanks.
All right, Sean, I know you were helping out Mark. Did you have a question as well?
Nope, I'm all good. I'm probably gonna take off. Thanks guys for everything.
I'm sorry, I missed. Could somebody restate what that video was you were just talking about?
How about Nathan? There's two Nathans now.
Yeah, the second Nathan was just asking if we could mention the title of the Michael Saylor Ross Stevens video again. I don't recall the exact title, but if you probably YouTube search Michael Saylor, Saylor, and Ross Stevens, just how they're spelled, just YouTube search it. It'll probably come right up.
Yeah,
It's about an hour long.
It comes up as Bitcoin macro strategy or full video, mind blowing. There's a couple different versions.
It's part of the thread that I dropped yesterday.
Awesome. Go to
Thanks, guys.
Tina. Go to Tina's page.
Yeah, follow Tina on Twitter. Everybody needs to follow Tina.
Actually, I tweeted to, I can't remember his name now, Mario Bear. And so it's at the top of my page. Click on that link, has the thread. So in there, it includes essays by Parker Lewis, essays by Alan Farrington, by Jeff Booth, by VJ Boypati, Michael Saylor's Bitcoin macro strategy. And I think somebody added some stuff here too. Yeah, so it's in there.
Awesome. Thank you, Tina. Nathan, did you have any more questions?
No, just
No, that was
that
it.
comment
Thank you.
about when people get a little bit of skin in the game, they really start to understand it more, I think.
Welcome back, Ryan. What's going on?
Hey, thank you. How are you guys handling the environmental impact question that you might get from time to time, that this is, the opposite of what we need to be doing from a environmental standpoint with all the electricity it's consuming, to mine the Bitcoin? Just curious on that, and if anyone has any data on the environmental impact of mining gold, because I think that would be a good, comparison, since everyone's comparing, Bitcoin to a store of value versus gold. So I assume there's quite an impact on mining gold, and I'd just be curious if anyone's looked into that compared to the environmental impact on mining Bitcoin.
So just the other day, I literally said this in a room. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but Cambridge, I think it was, did a study recently on the total electrical consumption of Bitcoin based on network hash rate. It's a really big number, but they also found out that it's about 70-something% renewables. The majority of Bitcoin right now is mined off hydroelectric. There's a small amount, like less than 10%, dealing with like excess power from solar farms, and everything else is mostly natural gas produced. So the impact of Bitcoin is we're driving the world to use better renewable sources because we have access to use power anywhere in the world. Bitcoin miners tend to go find stranded resources that can't be connected into the rest of the power grid, whether that's gas that would normally be flared off that they're then capturing, generating electricity with, and moving on. So ultimately, it's not that crazy of an impact if you even try to, like even think about the amount of electricity that comes around fiat money, especially if you take fiat money to the level of war, then that's a ridiculous electrical consumption. Yeah, that's about it.
Did that help you out, Ryan?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
It got so quiet after I said that. I felt like I said something wrong.
He was contemplating.
I was indeed. Thank you.
Cool. Does anyone in the audience have any questions?
Dustin, did you make it any further with the Lightning Wallet with Blue Wallet today?
I tried to close out a channel and I talked to them on their tech support. The conclusion I found was that they're redoing their Lightning code, and their current code doesn't allow for it. But if you hold tight for the next version that's coming out, eventually you'll be able to close out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they work on. Yeah, go for it.
I was just going to ask if anybody went any further looking at other ways to close out a Lightning channel, like if you opened it with one wallet, if you could close out another wallet or something.
So the thing to remember with Blue Wallet is that's a they're custodying the Lightning channel. It's their channel. They're just letting you use their Lightning stuff. If you self-custody a Lightning channel, then yes, what you're saying is entirely true. You can close out with a different wallet.
Gotcha. Doesn't Blue Wallet allow you to use your own node? I know it does for Bitcoin. Does it allow it with Lightning?
It's a good question. I haven't tried, but I presume
I need to go find those. I need to go find those Lightning Lab folks somewhere. They got to be around here somewhere.
Totes.
I can just ask random questions if it's going to be all quiet and stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, since nobody has questions, we could have June Seth spice things up a bit.
Ask us some questions.
All right, I got something. I guess I'm interested in what people think. Sort of post hyper Bitcoinization, maybe the dollar has collapsed or been reset, or there's sort of a little bit past that chaos, and so I'm looking around, like all the neighbors and all the people that I know just are not going to get into Bitcoin before then. I'm just wondering what people think it might be like for them and for society. How do we kind of get to that, to get to sort of an equilibrium? How they start to use Bitcoin when it's something completely different than now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I've actually learned a lot discussing this similar topic in some rooms over the last few days, and it's been kind of intriguing to think through it like this. And you got to realize, like, eventually what's going to happen is just slowly and very subtly, Bitcoin is just going to start being used for everything until all of a sudden things are just priced in Bitcoin. It's not going to be like this sudden shift or like this crazy massive crash of the US dollar, or even like the crash that happened in Venezuela or anything like that. It's going to be very subtle and very slow. Eventually, there's going to be enough people using Bitcoin, probably second layer, not the direct Bitcoin, or requiring to do it, that slowly but surely things will end up getting priced in Bitcoin. And I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon. I don't know if it's going to be 100 years, no idea. But when it happens, it's going to be a small, subtle shift over time. And the majority of the people probably won't know that they're using Bitcoin. It's just going to be built into their applications. Like Bitcoin is just a protocol. And so they're going to be able to build it into the back of an application. Eventually something like Lightning Wallet or Lightning actually works out. You can do micropayments. It's just going to be slipped into things and used because the other things aren't going to work well. And I think it's going to be a long, slow transition. This is obviously just theoretical, but that's kind of the way I see it.
Yeah, that's definitely ideal over some other possibilities. It's hard to imagine, governments not wanting to give up power and so forth. It's hard to imagine not a lot of chaos like we see in other smaller countries whose fiat system has failed.
Yeah, the thing is when the US dollar completely fails, that's a much bigger deal than a relatively small country failing from overinflation. The US's inflation is slow and subtle. It's not crazy. I mean, it looks crazy and fast if people are paying attention, but the majority of the people don't even know what's going on. Or if they do, it's just kind of this afterthought in their head. It's not even that important yet.
I pretty much agree with what Shannon just said. I think it'll happen fast, but I think it will still be subtle in its own way. And I don't agree with the idea that the dollar is just going to melt away like that. We've been doing this now for 30 years. You could continue to have assets rise, and I still think Bitcoin will take the monetary heat out of potential CPI, PPI, because I think a lot of money will flow into Bitcoin. So I think that these dire predictions are probably wrong, that you continue to have a lot, kind of looks like we've seen for a lot of years. But Bitcoin goes up a lot in the process.
Yeah, something to kind of think about on that point is I don't think that like fiat money is going to go away. I think that, there's useful things on the fiat rails. It's, such as like Visa can make things quick. Yeah, the credit card companies have talked about doing settlements in Bitcoin and things like that. But having centralized databases for fast money until something like Lightning becomes much more viable is a useful tool. So it's going to be, I'm pretty sure it was either Bitcoin Tina or someone talking about this, that when people get paid, if they're going to get paid in some sort of fiat money, they're just going to immediately convert it to Bitcoin so it doesn't lose value. And then when it's time to buy something, they'll just convert it back out. And people will make that process much more seamless than it is now. So I think that's one thing. One thing I think about a lot is that, we watched Venezuela. It's always recent in my head because it's the most relevant one that's happened in my lifetime, is that the people won't accept their money anymore. Other countries won't accept their money. They won't even buy their oil from them. Like, it's kind of a crazy concept. And so think about the day that someday the US and China won't accept each other's money. We can't do commerce globally without trusting people's money. So eventually when the US is printed too much, China doesn't trust it, or China's printed too much, the US doesn't trust it, or Russia, or whatever country is printing money, at some point, the other countries won't trust them. And when it gets to that point, they're going to need a trustless solution to transfer money in. So someday Bitcoin could answer that problem. There's no central authority. It's trustless. It's not a way that they can inflate it and cheat each other out of it. So it may become the currency that countries do business in.
Inflation is based on velocity, and velocity is basically you pushing your money away. Actually, the population in the country is rejecting its money when you see inflation. That's what they're doing. They're basically, it's a rejection of the money, putting it into another asset. That's why velocity increases. That's why you end up seeing a rise in prices, because the population is rejecting the money and basically pushing it out of their hands into some other asset. That's what that is. Money gets rejected in its own nation first.
I like that. I never kind of like thought of that until right now, that the fact that like everybody I know doesn't want to hold US dollars, which sounds funny. We're all in the US, we're all citizens, we all get paid in it, but we're actively, everybody I know is trying in some way to take their money out of their bank account and not save it in US dollars or put it in some, they call it high yield savings, and it might at best be 1% or something. but they're trying to get it into something else. Like everybody I know is trying to get their money into something else. And a lot of the apps and tools we have now allow them to do it really quickly. You can buy stocks and Bitcoin on the Cash App. Like it's pretty crazy how quickly we can get out of dollars if we want now. And I think that's something that's probably going to push it. The easier things become for people to do, the more likely it'll be adopted. So if someone wants Bitcoin to be really adopted, they need to heavily fund that UI, that interface. So that
No, you really don't need that UI. People know they understand its value and they want to hold it. You don't need tremendous UI. People are more than satisfied with its value going up. Number go up. Technology is more than sufficient. People will jump through hoops for price appreciation.
I'm just tired of
everybody loves to make money. No, I'm really
tired
serious.
of having to help them.
People figure it out. People love to make money. And they do figure it out. And even if it's hard, they will jump through hoops to make money. The thing is, they're not always convinced that they will. I learned how to do stuff because I thought it was a huge opportunity to make money. I'm an old man. I figured this out. I'm not good at technology. I worked through it. I figured it out because I saw it was a huge opportunity. It's very simple. People love to make money. And when you understand the issue, you take the time to do it. And other people will too. I'm not special.
Yeah, the UIs are good enough, right? I mean, it's not hard right now, at least in the US, you know, you just go to any number of websites and put in your bank information and buy it.
People make the excuse when they don't actually believe it. See, that's why they make the excuse. It makes these, oh, it's too hard. No, they just say that because they don't actually believe it'll go up. Talk to people now.
Yeah,
It's up from 10,000 to 40,000. All of a sudden, people believe, oh my God, yes, that's so interesting.
I guess that's
the fact
true.
that it went up.
I was going to say, everybody I know also uses Venmo to send money back and forth. And essentially, that's how all the apps for Bitcoin work. So
I don't use Venmo, just FYI. It's too hard for me to bother.
Soon you'll be able to send Bitcoin through Venmo.
Does anybody know why?
I agree with that, and I think you can scale on legacy. Visa could just as easily move Bitcoin as they move dollars. There's really no difference.
Does anybody know why PayPal hasn't just put Venmo and it together? Because I mean, you can send and receive Bitcoin with PayPal right now. Why haven't they just merged the apps together?
Because it's just happened. Because they've been working on it for a relatively short time. Everybody always wonders, why hasn't something happened? Because things take time. Because that's how the world works.
But Bitcoin time is much faster.
I was using the internet in 1995 when only 16 million people were using it. So I was one of those people. I'm just a little earlier than other people. I've tended to be a relatively early adopter.
I was just trying to figure out how old I was in 1995.
So Tina, were you on Windows 95 at that time?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I had Windows like 3.0. I started off with DOS.
Yep.
I wish I was on a Mac. There was no Macs yet. I don't remember when the Mac started. I wasn't using Apple at the time. And I made the mistake. I bought a Dell laptop in like 1993. I should have bought the stock. Would have been better than the laptop.
Hey all, it's V here. I have something quick for you all. Does anyone have a particular opinion about dollar cost averaging weekly versus monthly? And the reason why I'm asking this is because I was in a room a couple of weeks ago, I think, with Jimmy Song, and he recommended looking into monthly buys versus weekly buys and I'm pretty sure that was all just because of the fees. So does anyone else have another opinion about that?
I mean, over a long enough period of time, I think it would probably even out.
How often do you get paid?
Go play around with a DCA BTC. Hold on, let me find this. It's interesting. I've actually played around with these numbers, and this, you can only look at what's happened. You can't project out. But I don't think there's actually much of a difference, but you will hit things. But that was mostly in a bear market that I was looking at. I think it's DCA BTC, and you can actually play with this. DCABTC.com. It's actually a pretty good site. Just go play with it and see what conclusions you draw. Nobody can guess. Nobody knows the answer to it. You can only look at what happened. I mean, the best thing to do is put all your money in at the bottom. but where's the bottom?
All right. Thanks, Tina. Appreciate it. I'm going to move myself down to the audience. Thanks, guys.
I've been gone for a little bit, but is someone hosting right now?
So do you I actually I'm just gonna be listening for a minute. Can you take over here? I don't know who was. I thought Charlie was, but
Sure. Okay. Welcome to your Dustin hosting experience. Come up and ask some questions. We won't bite. Promise.
Thank you, Dustin.
Let's see. While we're waiting, we got someone. Great. Come on up, Rio.
Hey guys, what's going on? So I've been just busy working all day, and I'd love to hear kind of your thoughts, everybody's thoughts on Citi and kind of what their moves are, and how you think it'll affect the larger network.
It's pretty crazy. It sure feels like more and more of these big companies are becoming Bitcoiners, like kind of all at once. It feels like.
Gradually, then suddenly.
There it is.
Yeah, but it's worth appreciating just how nuts it is. I don't know. I've been waiting a long time for it, and now it's like you don't just get one; you get them all at once. People have been saying forever, and so it's sort of just like clockwork. It's happening a little bit like everyone expected. So it's worth celebrating that, right? Like, woo, go freaking Bitcoin.
Are you guys all taking the time to go Photoshop in your laser eyes, or is there a cool app that makes it quick and easy?
Hillary, you want to tell them how to get?
There she is.
Hey guys. So to answer your question, go to memed, memed.io, and go have fun. Unless you want to pay me or Shelly in Bitcoin, and we'll do it for you.
Yeah, I did hers for free with love.
I use PhotoLeap. It's really easy.
Yeah, I just Googled online laser eyes meme generator, and I found one.
PhotoLeap for just any kind of it's like a Photoshop on your phone. It's great.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Rio. I mean, did you have any thoughts about Citi? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty significant that they're kind of stating what I think a lot of Bitcoiners believe, that it's kind of the currency of the future. And obviously it's not the currency of the future yet, and we don't really use it for buying and selling too much. But I think that if Citigroup and all these big banks start saying, hey, like this could be like, and when they say it could be the currency of the future, to me it sounds like the underlying asset for trading. I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
You know, you hear people make critiques like Steve Hanke, who was saying Bitcoin's too volatile to be used as a currency. And the thing that I always find really kind of amazingly stupid about this is I imagine seeing a Heisman Trophy winner in diapers at the age of 2 and thinking, my God, you could never play football. I think it's kind of ridiculous. I think that you're watching a process happen and you can understand what this thing is and see how it's moving and what it's doing and recognize that it's not going to happen today or tomorrow, but in the future, as things evolve, when you begin to understand what it is. I don't understand why people are so literal. I just don't understand it. I don't understand why they're so obsessed with the here and the now and have no understanding of how things move and progress. But I mean, I've watched these things myself in my own life, having got the computer in 1992, which had 64K of RAM on it and 2 floppy disk drives. And I look at what's sitting on my desk now, and if I compare it to what was 38 years ago, this is insane what's sitting on my desk. So I'm always dumbfounded by people who have absolutely no vision whatsoever and can't imagine things evolving. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, it is weird, right? I think there's a lot of people that just have no experience investing, whatever, that come into Bitcoin, and a lot of them seem to be just confronting the nature of investing itself at the same time. So I don't know. It's a thing.
No, I'm saying those are people who actually do have experience investing who say these things, but they still just don't have any understanding of how things evolve and change and how the world is not static. I just don't understand a static view of the world. It doesn't make sense to me.
Totally. Cool. Thanks, Rio. Brandon, I believe you're up next. Do you have anything you want to ask the Bitcoiners to talk about?
Yeah. I guess mine's kind of a comment and maybe perhaps a question. I think a lot of the discussion around Bitcoin is mainly, well, a lot of it's around whales or people that are newly adopting, buying 0.01 or 0.1. I just wanted to, I'm a small business owner. I have 25 employees. I've been working very hard. I'm 41. I've been working hard for 15 years. And it's hard and everything. And I'm in a group of other entrepreneurs here in San Antonio, Texas. Around 100 of us. And almost independently, around 20, we weren't sitting in a room talking about it together. But I've found that there's this middle type of sort of group of people that are buying now 5, 10, 20 at these prices. I mean, I started buying around 10, but I can't tell you how many people that I know that are middle of the line wealthy that are buying 10 or 15 or 20 at a time now as part of they are entrepreneurs, so they're risk takers. But I'm in San Antonio. I'm from Dallas. I can only imagine. I just think that there's this enormous kind of unnamed type of person. If we talk about that, there's only probably 14 million out there because 18 million have been minted and 4 million are lost forever. I think that it's interesting from my perspective, and I'd like to maybe get your guys' ideas on if you've heard about sort of middle America entrepreneurs and how we're shifting our mindset, and we're not buying 0.01 or 0.1, we're buying, a significant amount, and how we're kind of the people that employ America, and we're disseminating the information to our employees. And what your thoughts are on that?
That's really interesting. Your boots on the ground. Why don't you tell us? You sound like you know a lot about what's happening, and that's really interesting.
Well, small, whatever you call small business, something that has around 10 to 30 million of revenue a year, 5 to 30 million. I don't want to count anybody out, but we're typically have kept all of our wealth in our businesses because the stock market is scary to us. I mean, everything's scary to us, basically. We don't really trust a lot, mainly because we've had to put everything back into our business that we ever made. But when you reach a certain point, a threshold where you do have excess capital, I guess, if you call it that, and everybody in my space sees that the stock market's fully valued and IRAs, I don't know. It's very interesting to me that the entrepreneurs that I know that I'm around locally around the state of Texas, and the people that I used to know in New York, and Florida, they want something different. We're outcasts by nature, so we don't want to put our money with the people that we've seen our parents consistently be disappointed by. We want something that's going to be more like us, if that makes any sense. And we're also like consummate educators. We want the best for the people that work for us, and they are typically struggling to make ends meet in a lot of cases. And so I haven't found anything personally that I've been more excited to share other than their own career trajectory than Bitcoin ever in my career.
So let me give you my perspective. I agree with a lot of what you just said. So from my perspective, a couple of things. One, the problem with the world today is that you can work hard in your job or in your own business, accumulate capital, and stocks, real estate are not natural stores of value. Stocks, real estate are businesses, and as such have inherent business risks. A store of value ought not have those things, and Bitcoin is fundamentally a store of value and ultimately a money. So it's incredibly useful for that. Now, we're still early. It's an emerging store of value, and it's going to be highly volatile. But more than that, as more and more people like you, like me, like others, come to understand the qualities of Bitcoin, the characteristics of it, we want to hold more of our wealth in it. And as such, unlike stocks, a stock can go up in price, but when it goes up in price, it actually can become overvalued relative to the inherent risks in the business that it's in. PEs cannot run to infinity. Price to sales can't run to infinity, and other accounting measures can't run just endlessly. But if you take the group of people who hold Bitcoin and you grow that from 10 people to 10,000 to 10 million to a billion people, that actually can grow in value as more and more people want to hold their wealth in it. So it doesn't become overvalued. The whole notion of overvalued isn't really actually applicable to Bitcoin, although people tend to think of it that way because they see it through the lens of the legacy system. But it's not a company. And so the whole way that we perceive value regarding Bitcoin, I think people use a lot of really stupid measures. And part of the problem is I don't know a good model for how I model what I just said to you. Addresses are not a good model for that. People will point to increased addresses, but not every address is the same. You might have 10 Bitcoin that you can buy, and Michael Saylor might have 17,000 personally and 90,000 he puts into his company. So the wealth that he puts into Bitcoin is not equivalent to what I'm putting in or you're putting in or lots of our friends can put in.
Yeah,
So
I
that
agree with you.
they're not, that's not all equal. But the point is that as more and more people come to that understanding, Bitcoin actually becomes more valuable. It doesn't just go up in price.
I guess I don't really have a question. I just wanted to it was exciting for me to share.
No, it's very interesting what you just said, though. It's actually really interesting because you're boots on the ground and you're reporting to us what's happening in the real world. And what you're saying doesn't surprise me. I find it really interesting and really encouraging. And I loved hearing it.
Cool.
Because it's telling us what people who are living and seeing it. So how many business owners do you know that are starting to put their wealth into Bitcoin?
Yeah, I guess I wrote it down. 18 out of 100, and I think that's a lot, especially for San Antonio.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
I can only imagine. Take that, extrapolate it over Texas, extrapolate it over the country. And my point was, they're not buying 0.1 or something. They're buying a lot.
It's really interesting, and it's a lot of people, and it's fascinating.
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
That's all I had to say. And then also
Yes.
the fact that we feel such a responsibility to our employees, like we love them like family, and that we're teaching about it. I just wanted to share that. That's all.
Well, that's great too. What are you doing to help them learn about it?
Well, they don't invest. They don't.
Have you found easy ways for them to put some amount of money into it? Even if it's some amount every week or every month.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, and it goes back a little bit to the fractional debate. Like, of course, they can't buy a Bitcoin, and they don't need
You
to.
You don't need to buy a Bitcoin to benefit.
Right. So, I just pretty much put it on a whiteboard. I say you can download. I mean, I know Coinbase has high fees, whatever, but I say if you can scrape together at least $250, let me show you what would have happened in the last 5 years, 6 years, because a lot of them have worked for me for 8 years and they haven't done anything because they don't feel like it's part of the system that they can belong to. So I mean, as much as possible, without sounding like a crazy person, I explain to them, that it's a decentralized form of monetary. It's a currency that doesn't belong to anybody. Yada 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 yada. Yeah, I try to do my part.
And what about the people who are the business owners? What's their understanding about Bitcoin's volatility? Are they prepared to deal with the volatility? I mean, do they really have an appreciation for that? What are their thoughts? What do they say about that?
It runs a gamut. I mean, there's the people that have been they're going to go and they're going to put 1% of their net worth into it or whatever. And then I have 3 or 4 people that I've become close to, and we're about, we're 50%, but their education, their learning curve seems to be a lot faster than I would expect as somebody who has been in this realm for so long. They tend to gravitate towards it a lot faster than they, way faster than they did 2 years ago. And they like to talk about it a lot. Now, I mean, I know a lot of the times that's a sign of a bubble or a peak, but this is different, in my opinion. They're using their what they use to start a business, their base understanding of what value is, and they're much more willing to stay up at night and read and learn like they did when they were starting their businesses. And I think that there's a real big groundswell of small and middle-sized entrepreneurs that nobody talks about. That's all I was. I
Are you
think
familiar
it's
with?
cool.
Are you familiar with Parker Lewis's blog, Gradually Then Suddenly, at Unchained Capital?
No, I'm not.
Well, it's a great blog. Unchainedcapital.com. Parker Lewis, who's a Texan, they're based in Austin.
Cool.
He's written like 17 essays. You'll learn a lot. He deals with a lot of the different issues about it. It's Bitcoin is a great definancialization, is a great way to start. And there are a lot of other Bitcoin obsoletes all other money is a great second article.
I'll just say one. I'll say one more thing, and then I'll leave the platform. Most entrepreneurs, when they're in this game, they're all, we're all looking for an exit strategy. And I think it's so interesting that a lot of entrepreneurs that I've known now, that I'm getting to know and know for a long time, we're wondering if Bitcoin is actually our exit strategy. And that can mean a lot of things, but I think just the fact that we're contemplating that says a lot,
I suggest go take a look at that, unchained-capital.com. And the blog is called Gradually Then Suddenly. I think the blog is listed under resources. And then you go find Gradually Then Suddenly. It's not always easy to find it on there. And there are like 17 essays. There are a few that show up right away. I'd read all of them and get your friends to read them and discuss them. Come back here and bring your friends back here and talk about it.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Cool. Do we have anybody else waiting to ask a question or talk about some of the beautiful Bitcoins? Don't be shy. Come share your thoughts.
Hey guys, I had something that could be construed as rambling or not, but can Bitcoin kind of replace like what you see on Wall Street with the settlement, 2-day settlement? If I buy a stock and then I sell it, it takes 2 days for that money to become available. Can the Bitcoin blockchain solve for that, or is it strictly a store of value and some other mechanism will solve for that? Because I'm just thinking if is the blockchain itself gonna have real world possibilities, or is it strictly a store of value?
Anyone want to take that? If I can, I'll go for it too.
Problem with our money is the biggest problem in the world. The addressable market's in the hundreds of trillions of dollars. So your upside is likely 50, 100, 200, 300x plus. That's good enough for me.
Yeah. So basically you're saying store of value only. We're not going to look into the blockchain as solving.
Blockchain. Okay. You need to go read Bitcoin Not Blockchain on Unchained Capital. That'll help you.
It's called what? Bitcoin Not Blockchain?
Bitcoin Not Blockchain. Unchained-capital.com. Parker does a pretty good job explaining it. But Bitcoin has a blockchain, but it's the qualities and characteristics of Bitcoin. You need to do some reading to understand why it's Bitcoin not blockchain. There's no magic to blockchain. A lot of people think there's magic in it, and that's just an absence of their understanding. You know that your money's broken because you don't want to hold cash for the next 20 years. Correct. Or maybe even 5 years. So the question is, where do you put it? And I think Bitcoin's the best money ever created. But in order to work as a money, you need scaling layers. Bitcoin is the base protocol, and there'll be scaling layers built on top of that. But as it is, it's an excellent store of value. And even if it weren't to scale on those scaling layers, you could scale it in legacy. The scaling could simply be selling some every few years and then using your Visa card. You could use the fiat to scale Bitcoin. It still solves a huge problem. Does that make any sense to you?
No, it absolutely does. And I'm more asking, how do you solve for all these financial issues? Is Bitcoin the answer? Is blockchain the answer? When, like I said, with the stock market, when you settle funds, it takes 2 days and there's 10 banks involved. Is that just an issue with, well, it probably isn't.
That's not the biggest problem that exists. We know how to move things around. Those settlement things can be solved pretty easily. That's not what the big problem is. The big problem is that your money doesn't hold its value. That's the really big problem. Those other transactional things are pretty easily solved. That's not where the big problem lies. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand completely.
So you're looking at the wrong spot. But the point is that it's the qualities and characteristics of what makes Bitcoin Bitcoin. Go read Bitcoin is the Great Definancialization by Parker Lewis. And there are a few other articles that are great to read. Jeff Booth wrote an article called The Greatest Game. JEFFBOOTH, The Greatest Game. You can find it on Medium. And a guy named Alan Farrington, FARR, I gotta look it up, wrote a trilogy, 3 essays, also excellent to read. I've tweeted them several times in the last couple of days. I just tweeted it. You can find that in let's see here, hold on. In my tweets and replies, if you click on that, I tweeted it to somebody, the thread. It's a list of those essays plus a YouTube with a discussion between Michael Saylor and Ross Stevens.
Yep, I see it.
And BJ Boy-Potty's The Bullish Case for Bitcoin. Read all of those. You'll get some understanding.
Yeah, so Bitcoin Tina is right. I mean, the biggest problem is the money, right? Not settlement of securities, right? But understand that Bitcoin itself on layer 1 is a settlement network of value, right? And it's actually much faster and more efficient than our settlement networks we have today. For example, if you try to send money, to somebody through wire to another country, especially a smaller third world country, it would start off probably by going through FedWire. And then there are 2 other major wire systems that are used outside of the United States. And it's all about partner banks. And it has to take a bunch of hops in between banks that have, partnerships and settlement agreements with each other. And that can take a long time and be costly, when Bitcoin can be direct and much, much quicker. If you're willing to pay a little bit in fees, a few dollars, especially if you're moving a lot of money, that's nothing. You can get into the next block, which is 10 minutes. And then, 2 blocks later, you have final settlement after 3 confirmations. Bitcoin is a settlement network. And solving that problem with the money is the first step. In the future, you may have layers built on top of it that can do more interesting things. I mean, right now we have the Lightning Network, but that's just around moving Bitcoin itself at a faster rate. But you may have other layers then built on top of that, or also on top of Bitcoin, that are different than just moving around the Bitcoin network. And at the end of the day, one of the problems, is going to be these financial institutions actually settling with each other in terms of value of what they owe each other from all the internal transactions that took place. So these higher layer networks will track more of these internal transactions and be more, Bitcoin is very trust minimized, right? There might be more trust involved. at these higher levels. But they may also minimize it by doing things similar to the Lightning Network, where people lock up value in multi-signature contracts, so you don't have to trust the other side as much. And then there's mechanisms for moving that around and settling with each other at the end of the day, right? Because they actually have to settle in something of value, right? Which today they do with the US dollar, even though we'd all here argue that that doesn't have value, but they think it does. So in the future, you can see other layers and networks built on top of Bitcoin, and it will facilitate actually settling the final piece. That's the most important thing. Where does the money have to move at the end of the day, right? The actual value. And that's what's going to help that problem you're mentioning about securities, moving in 2 days. But Bitcoin can't do that alone on layer one. It's not built for that. And it won't do that ever on layer one. But the biggest problem is solving the money first. But understand it is a settlement network and will help contribute to future solutions towards that problem. But we're years away from that still.
All right.
I think that
Thank you. And that's what I meant. Is it in the future, can it be that settlement network? So I appreciate that input.
Not on layer one. It's just about moving the value on layer one, which you can't have layer 2 and 3 without layer 1. So Bitcoin is critical. Bitcoin Tina is right about solving the money problem first. But layer 1 won't solve that problem. It will just be a piece of the puzzle, and you can't complete the rest of that puzzle without having layer 1.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, there's kind of this like weird effect going on where I mean, I obviously wasn't around when the engine was invented, but if you just look at how many things are called engineering now, there must have been a similar hype with engineering as you hear with blockchain, because people had this idea, a lot of people, not saying you do, Ryan, but a lot of people have this idea that Bitcoin just magically solves everything. And then they, if the engineering thing, then they strap it on their name. Everyone's an engineer. I'm a computer engineer. I'm a civil engineer. I'm an everything engineer. If you really boil down those arguments, they usually come from people that don't understand what a blockchain is. And so I would advise whenever anyone says, hey, blockchain solves X problem, if X problem isn't the money, I probably would just turn around, ignore their advice, and walk away. That's my just easy advice. Anyway, thanks for the question, Ryan. Do we have anybody up next that wants to talk? Anybody been waiting to ask a question? Okay, we got somebody on the line here. Houdini, come on up, Houdini. Ask, how's it going? How's your day going? Happy Bitcoin Monday. Come on up. Okay, he's AFK. Anyone else want to ask any questions? Anyone else want to suggest a topic, talk about anything like that? Here we go. How about David? How's it going, David? All right, looks like David's AFK as well. What can we talk about? Let's see. The room's title is about Citi. Bitcoin's money of the future. That's pretty. Oh, we got someone.
Oh, hi. Sorry.
Hey, David. How's it going?
Good. I missed the button. But, how can, someone that's not really technical, kind of your average Bitcoiner, not one of the celebrities who are great, we all learn from them. But how can your average Bitcoiner who's kind of, reap the benefits, how can we get involved? What are ways that we can advance the cause without being, contributing to the core development or having 200,000 Twitter followers? How can we help carry the banner, so to speak?
That's a great question. Anyone want to take that?
It's a permissionless network. Just figure out what interests you and do it.
So, David, I'm one of those non-technical people. I don't like technical jargon, but I listen to it. but I'm not going to talk to my friends and family about it. So I think the best way you can do it is just spread the word. If you're into Bitcoin, get your wife, get your sons, daughters, get anybody into it and have them read a couple of books, whatnot. But, you know, some people don't need to be in the super.
有其他观点可以分享，我现在把举手打开。